So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal. Harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime. Just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, that's 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on?
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, everyone. We cooking, we slaying, we doing our best, Hammock. Hello, Gamergy, congratulations. There's a missing co-chair position, and you got asked if you were interested? Hell yeah, let's go. We love seeing comrades ascend the ladder of power. Let's go. Oh, mommy. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Ms. Gender Lynn. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Monica G. Hello, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Hello, Exendu. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Tom Washington. Piper Cat. Is this the What If Alt Hist stream? No, it's not. You're gonna wish it was. Is Jack a tad quiet? No. Deal with it. Hello. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Ramsey. Hello, Erica. Hello. How are we doing, folks? How are we doing? There we go. I turned it up a little bit on the gain. What if alt hist now? I do not have 9 hours, 10 hours with which to go over that. I have things I need to do tomorrow. Hello. Do I have to slap someone? No, unless they're into it. What's your favorite ketchup? I'm boring. Heinz 57. Hello. We will be doing the What If Alt Hist stream soon. Just not tonight. Yeah, the crack pipe needs to cool down between uses. You know, you don't want it to shatter in your hands. How much for a What If Alt Hist dive? In order to like, pay me the amount of money I would need. Someone would need to drop like $1,000 right now. Let me put it that way. All right? And honestly, I think that I set up a pretty good stream tonight. Let's see. Yeah, also I'm charging for all of the things that I'm gonna fuck up tomorrow as a result. Hello, Elaine Malachite. Hello. That being said, there is a Dono goal tonight, folks. There is a Dono goal. The Dono ghost has decreed that there should be a great Donoing this night. Okay? Let's see. Let's outline it so it's legible. There we go. Bum bum. Wait, I have a soundboard. I don't need to do that with my mouth anymore. There we go. Nailed it. Exendu, I mean, look. I'm not above taking an obscene amount of money. I have an appointment that I need to be at noon tomorrow. Damn, okay.
Now glory in the filth that is the world we live in.
Damn, Exendu. All right. Okay. Thank you so goddamn much.
Thanks for the fun movie earlier. I had a great time, even if the film was hard to stomach. Let's get this Dono party started, BWA.
Oh man, that movie was so much fun, Very Knifey Duck. All right, well, we are getting off to a good start here, guys. We're off to a good start. All right. So that is... What is that? Is that 2/3 of the way there already? If my math is correct. So 41, 42. We're 42 subs. You guys just absolutely killing it.
Please don't suck my bones out, Dono Ghost.
You know, next time I'm just gonna set the goal higher, guys. You realize that, right? Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. All right. Okay, I set up a stream. I fine-tuned it. Okay, I fine-tuned it to be like, all right, now we're gonna make them suffer until they don't know. You guys have learned by now to just skip the suffering. It's incredible. Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $5
Oh God,
dono.
please not the Dono Ghost.
What movie? I saw someone ask what movie Very Knifey Duck was talking about. I streamed a movie called The Borderlands in the Discord, and it was very, very fun. Very fun found footage movie from 2013. Don't skip the suffering. Well, I'm not gonna skip all the suffering. I'm not a mad woman. There's still gonna be a little suffering. Like, I mean, come on, I gotta put a little salt in the cookie. You know? Monica G, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube.
Boo whoa 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 wow boop.
Cannonbo Brex, thank you for the $5 dono. Archangel the Cobb with the $10 dono. We are 3 subs away. All right.
This is the Dono Ghost. Shimps, donate now or I shall take your bones.
Oh no! It's the Dono Ghost! Okay, well, I'm glad. I'm glad this is the energy we're bringing in today, because I've been having fun editing thumbnails. I just want to share one of them with you guys. I think you'll like this one. Been making thumbnails for YouTube videos today. Just just some fun ones. I'm particularly proud of this Ranma one because I put that typeface in there myself.
It's not a small dono. It's not. Yamera.
I'm sorry, did text-to-speech just pronounce Yamero like Yumera? Like it's a fucking... It's a fucking injection commercial? Alright, so Akumi, thank you for the $10 dono! That brings us to 59. Goddamn! Alright. So... there was one thing I was looking for here, and it was this.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Minnesota in the middle of that goddamn song. Hey, the all-powerful pagan. Bones here. The Dono Ghost might only take one this time.
In nomine Jack, at Riverboat, at Spiritu Dono. Amen.
Ethereal, thank you for the $5 dono. Let's go. Now, folks, you've absolutely, completely, and utterly obliterated that that dono goal. I wanted to echo something that I saw someone in the community somewhere post, but we need like a pistol shimp emote. You know, like there are different kinds of shimp. We need like the pistol shimp. We need like the we need various subtypes of shimp. And I saw some people asking, what's a shimp? And a shimp is just, you know, it's you guys. A misspelled text-to-speech birthed the community meme. And, you know, when shimp work together, they can make great things happen. I imagine kind of like Will Ferrell's ad-lib about the albacore tuna in the middle of the ocean, constructing various apparatuses out of kelp that they can use to go on land to hunt lions. I imagine it's something like that, but with many more shimp working together than tuna would be able to. In fact, I think that might even be a strength for the shimp because they have many tiny limbs, can work together more coherently. I just think it would work better for them. I shimp, you shimp, we put our hands upon the shimp. Exactly, you got it. I can do extra shimp over the weekend? Hell yeah. Shimp together strong? True. Okay. So, folks, I just wanted to say, one, thank you. And two, can we make the shimp infrastructure with clams and coconuts? Yes, absolutely. But first I wanted to say, I know that this week is going to be difficult. And I mean, like the next several days and indeed the next several years. I know it's going to be hard, but do everything you can in the next few days to set yourself up to not feel crushed on Monday. Because I know Monday is going to be hard because it's a goddamn Monday, for one. And number two, it's the inauguration. And I know it's going to suck. I know it's going to suck for me covering it on camera. But do what you can to give yourself a foundation of success. Okay? And by that I mean, like, you know, whatever gives you peace, whether it's painting miniatures, playing Magic the Gathering, 10,000 rounds of Balatro, going for a walk, you know, hanging out with your buds, drinking a few beers, grilling, you know, baking some good baked goods, whatever centers you, plan to do that thing over the next few days, or, you know, a combination of activities. Because, like, it's going to be rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat that for you. It's going to be rough, but we're going to get through it. And when we're on the other side of Monday, we got to get to work. So don't let this moment destroy you. Let it radicalize you. And, yeah, with that being said, we have some people to make fun of. And first and foremost, you know, we're not, well, let me put it this way.
Support democracy.
Oh, God. All right. Okay, we're going to have, I need to lay out how the stream is going to work for you guys now, okay? So, first up, we're going to make fun of some conservatives. You know, like we do. Second, we're going to dive into an interview with Ben Wikler, who is currently running to be chair of the DNC, and is basically kind of the hope for any kind of progressive change within, within the Democratic Party. And is one of them Pete Hegseth? No. But it's still going to be satisfying, I promise. And then third, we are going to go into a gauntlet of pain. We're going to go into the pain that I had planned. And it's going to be fun. Okay? There's no way it can't not be fun. There's just no way. You know, we're going to be talking about someone I have long forgotten about, that I just kind of let flop off my radar, and only to rediscover glorious, glorious content from more recently. And so it's going to be a good time. And then we'll get to what you guys unlocked, which is, I'll just tell you now, it's analog horror, baby. Kane Pixels got a whole new thing out. Kane Pixels put up a whole new thing. We're gonna dive into Manticore, what they've been doing. It's gonna be real exciting. It's gonna be great. Oh yeah, we need a cowboy shimp. We need cowboy shimp and a pistol shimp. Yeah. Oh, you think it's Dennis Prager? That's cute. That's cute. All right. And before we get too deep, hit that like button on the YouTube stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, and guys, we are like 100 subscribers away from hitting 10,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. I'm so excited. I can feel it. I can taste it in my mouth, as opposed to other things I could be tasting it with that shall remain nameless until the Science Journal publishes the article. Now, with that being said, let's jump in, okay? This is, actually, wait. One last thing. Just wanted to tell you guys about this. This is just kind of a neat thing that exists. So there is this launch good. It's kind of like a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe for a game called Dreams on a Pillow, which is a video game that explores the 1948 Nakba. And that's real
95
neat.
subs away now.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's being made by a Palestinian team, and you know, this is neat. Let's watch the trailer.
Dreams on a Pillow. It's a game about the Nakba.
This tragedy that the Palestinians lived was massive. Not only they had to flee their homes, but also they left their memories. This event did not end yet. It's still ongoing. And we are living it day to day, and it's going bigger and bigger. Even though the initiation of that day was 75 years ago. So to understand what's happening today on the ground, you cannot understand it without understand what happened in 1948.
My name is Rashid Awaide, an award-winning game designer from Palestine. I've dedicated my life to telling stories because stories foster empathy and understanding, and they shape who we are and how we relate to this world. In my previous game, Layla and the Shadows of War, I told the story of a young girl that lives in Gaza during the 2014 attacks. The response was overwhelming. People weren't just playing a game, they were experiencing a reality that many people didn't know existed. Today, I'm excited to share with you a new game concept based on a forgotten story. The tale of Palestine, our beautiful culture and endless struggles. It's called Dreams on a Pillow. We don't want our audience to simply watch the story unfold. Instead, we want them to experience the vast emotions, the loss and the trauma the Palestinians had to suffer, the resilience of the Palestinian people since 1948. Many publishers turned us down because of the story we are telling. So we are turning to you. With your help and support, we can bring this story to life and make sure the world understands the root cause of what's happening today while honoring the beauty of Palestine and the ongoing struggle of its people. Thank you.
Like that's one hell of a pitch to me. Basically, I mean, you get the gist of it. It's really cool. One of the things I've always loved about video games is the ability to make players participants in a way that can be uncomfortable and, you know, introspective. You know, it can almost force that introspection that sometimes is lost when watching a film or reading a book. The level of interactivity just kind of, for whatever reason, causes neurons to fire in a slightly different way that I think is really interesting. Couldn't play that game without crying every moment, but I sure as hell will play it. That's how I felt about a video game I played like over 10 years ago now, called That Dragon Cancer, which is a game about parents losing their child to leukemia, and it is eviscerating. You know, it is one of the most gutting games I've ever played in my life, and I think that the potential for this to reach a lot of people in a way they haven't been reached before is really big. So I wanted to bring this to you guys just because I think it's cool. It has succeeded, which is great. But if you want to share it around, let people know about it, here's the link in chat. Oh yeah, Cute Dark Arts, when I tried playing That Dragon Cancer, I literally cried so hard while I was playing it that I had to like stop and let dry the tears from my eyes before I could keep playing. But yeah. Definitely keep this one on your radar, folks. It's like when some cis people played Celeste and got to the peak and saw the tribute to all the people who didn't make it, right? Is this sweater blue? It's a gray sweater. Just gray. It's the blue light behind me that like kind of messes with the camera. Undertale is also very powerful at encouraging empathy. All right. That's just a cool thing that I wanted you guys to know about. I think it's neat. Now, folks, let's dive in to some pain, shall we? Now, I know a lot of you guys watched, in fact, I just put out the segment on YouTube earlier today. The segment about valuetainment, talking with Tony Robbins. And you guys marveled at the brain rot that came out of Tony, or maybe it was just me. I don't know. I marveled at the brain rot. It was truly like a guy attempting to describe 12-dimensional chess, but very clearly he's high on like 3 different drugs and doesn't know what he's talking about. There's no consistency in the rules. Yeah. Well, Xandu, you're in luck. I'm going to be playing Undertale on stream in the very near future. I actually just finished playing Undertale Yellow, which is a fan-made prequel to Undertale that was extraordinarily good. That being said, a lie has been circulating in conservative media and to some degree in progressive liberal media recently. And that lie tends to focus on Los Angeles's mayor, Karen Bass. Now, I'm not going to go much deeper into it than that at first, right now. But we'll circle back around to it because, you know, there are some guys out there with some very cutting commentary on this issue. You know, the kind of guys who really know what they're talking about, full of facts and figures and just a breadth of knowledge, you know, obviously supplied to them by their superior testosterone levels. And I think, you know, as a woman, I should take time and listen to, you know, these men who are my superiors. You know, I think that's what we should do here.
Apparently, the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, who apparently was in Ghana.
Doing what?
Doing what?
Doing what?
Apparently, she cut the firefighting budget. This beautiful.
If only there was a way they could find out what she was doing. But no one knows what she was doing there. It would be impossible to tell what the mayor of LA was doing in Ghana. There's no way. No one knows. It's a secret.
Person right here. Watch what she says here. It's incredible. One of the best speeches I've ever heard in my life.
She's being asked here at the airport.
She cut the LA budget, the fire budget, by like $20 million. Are you kidding me?
Almost $20 million.
And then the LA fire chief.
Just last week, not to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you on a serious subject. That was just last week.
Last week. Amazing.
Play this clip, Rob.
Yeah, imagine. Look what she has to say here. Incredible. Inspirational. Watch this.
An apology for being absent while their homes were burning. Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
Look at her go. That's your leadership, California. That's your leadership, LA.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk
maybe
says
she's
that you're utterly
from her flight
incompetent.
back
Are you
from
considering your
Ghana.
position?
What do you have to say to your constituency? What do you have to say to your people?
Madam Mayor,
Karen?
have you
Go
absolutely
ahead.
nothing to say
Listen
to
what
the
she says
citizens
here.
today who are dealing with this disaster?
Oh, this one's a good one right here. Watch.
But look, she just got off the airplane, which is wild. I don't know how he's in there. Right, Tom? This is her at the airport.
Shout out to him for doing his job.
Oh, I love it.
She doesn't even
Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana when this was unfolding?
Guys, we can't hear you. You guys are talking. Back up a little bit. I can't hear what he's asking.
He's just like, what the hell do you have
Go
to
back
say?
a little bit.
She has
I wanna
nothing
hear,
to
not
say.
that long. Go a little bit further down when she's asking about Ghana. Right there. Okay, play this and then we'll stop it. Go ahead.
No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
You can pause it right there.
Yeah,
Wait, let me ask you. Did she leave after the fire?
No,
or
she
was
was
she
there.
in Ghana?
She flew back.
Like, I just, guys, when something is so dumb that Patrick Bet David stops and goes, well, wait, guys. Did she leave for Ghana after the fire? And they're like, no, she was already in Ghana. But why was she in Ghana? There's no possible way we'd know why. And it's just like, she went to attend the inauguration of Ghana's president. Like, that's an official duty. She's mayor of one of the largest cities in the world. You know, like, seems like a thing that would be kind of a normal thing, actually. It's not outside of the, it's not outside the realm of possibility for a mayor of New York City, for example, being in another country to attend some official function. It's almost like being a political figure requires you to travel sometimes. And also, yeah, that was an interview right as she got off the plane from Ghana. Just out of curiosity here, Ghana flight to LA. Just out of curiosity here, how long is that flight? How many hours? Takes almost 12 hours. And that's if you get a direct flight. So, yeah, I wonder, oh man, is she not in the mood to answer an asshole reporter's questions the second she gets off a plane? She first landed in Houston because she couldn't take a direct flight because it's so goddamn far away. I don't know, like, the fact that it was so obvious that even Patrick Bet-David, one of the world's dumbest men, goes, whoa, guys, I think we're not, you know, we're giving her too much guff here. This doesn't line up.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, was fire happened, then she left? Or
Reminder that Ted Cruz tried to fly to
flew back.
Cancun during the Texas blackout in 2021.
Yeah, it's incredible that Republican politicians will routinely flee disasters to spend time just sitting on a beach. Remember when Chris Christie sat on a beach during COVID and basically gave the finger to like drones taking pictures? Yeah.
Because the fires.
Correct.
Okay.
But you know why? What is she doing about something? Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
She left town on Saturday, so just 5 days ago, 6 days ago.
I want to see what her first speech is going to be.
Did we know on Saturday that the fire was going to be happening? When did we know warnings about things that's going to happen in L.A.?
Look up Santa Ana wind warnings.
By the way.
Oh my God. They're like, okay, well, we can't blame her for leaving while the fire was happening, but you know, could there not have been extreme winds? And you know, then it was irresponsible of her to leave because it was so windy out there. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? How dare the mayor, obviously the best firefighter, be out of the country? I do like the idea that, you know, maybe we should try that out. You know, I don't think like on a national level, but like on a citywide level, you know, the best firefighter becomes the leader. Maybe we should just give that a shot. You know, why not? God. Also, can we just look up? Can we just look this up? All right, this is local news. Mayor Karen Bass to attend inauguration of John Dramani Mahama as Ghana's president. This is from January 4th. Let's see. Shalonda D. Young, the director of U.S. Office of Management and Budget, will lead the delegation to Accra, Ghana's capital. Consists of Virginia E. Palmer, the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, Francis Z. Brown, special assistant to the president and the National Security Council's senior director for African Affairs. As a congresswoman, Bass chaired the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights in International Organizations from 2019 to 2022. It's almost like she had some kind of pre-existing connection to Ghana. Maybe if you took like 5 seconds to just Google, hey, Karen Bass, Ghana, you would find the answer. You would understand, instead of, they've been yelling in this video for like 2 minutes about something you can get an answer with from Google. You know, like, guys, conservatives out there, okay? I know you guys will just settle for slop, but like, maybe like just slightly higher quality slop, you know, like something that at least Alex Jones weaves a complicated, you know, web of lies that you have to, you know, tune in regularly in order to follow. Okay. Like, this is literally, you carry a device in the palm of your hand on a day-to-day basis that could easily answer the questions these guys act like are unanswerable. It's very silly.
Wait, while you're looking this up, did you see who the LA fire chief is?
Yeah, LGBTQ, that's all she is.
I know we throw around,
Can we also... Did you see who the fire chief is? Yeah, she's queer. That's all she is. Like, you guys see this, right? Like, I don't have to, like, spell it out because they're basically just coming out and saying, yeah, that person's a queer. They couldn't possibly know what they're doing. Like, they're just going back to, like, 1980s slurs. There was a piece from the Financial Times that I caught today about how, like, stockbrokers on Wall Street are going around to one another and saying, yeah, this is great. We could say the R slur again. No one will stop us. They literally think that Trump getting into office means that they can say slurs again. It's honestly fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. But yeah, just in case anyone was wondering, being gay doesn't make you good or bad at your job. It just means that you like to do things in your spare time that differ from the norms. That's it. You can just be gay and competent, or you can be gay and the dipshit. That it's not mutually exclusive.
To DEI hire, just a DEI hire. Literally, this person right here,
Crowley.
She
Kristen
became
Crowley.
the first lesbian woman. Did you see what Alex Jones had to say? He's like,
Play this.
I don't care.
You know, of course these guys watch Alex Jones. That's probably where they're getting their information from. But they don't have the complicated web of lies and conspiracism that Alex Jones weaves, and so they just like are left on their lonesome being like, I don't understand what's happening, but I'm angry about it. And that's like their main value proposition over on valuetainment.
Care if you can eat, do your job.
Inspired. She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 3,300.
You know, I love how they listen to that and they're like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. And they're like, it's like they're watching a disaster unfold when, like, guys, you know that when you're open to hiring more kinds of people, that means you can hire more kinds of people. It's not rocket science. Like, oh man, we want to hire as many different kinds of people as possible. It is just, we want to hire as many different kinds of people as possible and have as many different kinds of expertise as we can get. Like, am I being too mean when I look at these men and I think that it is highly, highly improbable that any of them could tie their shoelaces together? You know, like, am I coming to unfair conclusions when I look at the entire cast of the valuetainment universe and I think these are people who would be easily conquered in a Home Alone film? You know, I don't think that I am. I don't think I'm being mean enough, if I'm being completely honest with you. And, like, they're really dumb. And I mean that in the most insulting way imaginable.
City firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out.
She's already looking at ways to change that. Oh my God. She wants to change that? Oh, she wants to, like, have half the firefighters women? Well, that would mean that she'd have to hire, like, an additional, like, 2,000 women to the firefighting force, which would mean that they have double the amount of firefighters. Like, can you believe that this woman out here who's gay is advocating to double the the firefighting force? God.
That doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
They feel included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another
which
box
is
when
way more important than saving lives.
And here's my
Do you not see that there's a correlation between hiring the best and the brightest from all different groups of life in order to save lives? You know, like, how can I dumb this down for a conservative who might accidentally have stumbled this far into one of my videos? Okay, so you need brain surgery, okay? You need brain surgery. Now, which hospital would you rather go to? The hospital that just hires white surgeons, regardless of their qualifications, even if they are not the most qualified candidate for the job? Or would you rather go to a hospital that has a diverse staff, that hires the best surgeons, regardless of what kind of ethnic group they come from, or regardless of their sexuality, or regardless of their, gender? Like, obviously I want to go to that second one, because there's a higher likelihood that my surgeon is going to be better. It's going to be good. Because guess what? When a hospital doesn't have inclusive policies, people who might otherwise find themselves excluded go, I don't want to work at that hospital. I'm going to go work at this other one that has explicit protections for people like me. You know, like that's how that calculation goes. So, like, the inclusive policies attract more talent. That's the purpose of them.
I think
and preventing fires.
You're the mayor of LA. You are in Ghana to attend the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama. Why? Why?
You know, if only you could have Googled like a little bit more. Like, it's very clear he has a computer there to Google things, right? Like, he has a computer here hidden behind his weird novelty Trump hat collection, I guess. I'm just noticing that now. But, like, you have that there to Google, and you clearly did Google while your co-hosts were bumbling around, but you didn't read the rest of the article. You hit the first paragraph, and you know how I know that? Because I'm looking at two different articles. One is, why was Karen Bass in Ghana? And it doesn't explain why. And you know what happened when I hit that explanation and there wasn't really one? And I was like, I wonder why she was in Ghana. I'm just going to do a second Google search. And I found this local news article from several days ago. And when you know it, if you only read the first paragraph, it tells you why she's in Ghana. But also, you have to read down all the way to the third paragraph to learn that she had pre-existing ties to the country. Crazy. These are the same guys who several days ago were complaining about a state lowering requirements for teachers.
Hi, chat. The
because
duck
they
here
said
again.
it would ruin
I
reading.
know it's funny to make fun of these men for not doing their research, but remember they are getting paid to not understand what is going on in order to get rage monies.
Well, that's the thing, right? Their entire business model relies upon people being dumb idiots. It relies on misinforming people, priming them to get involved into more and more conspiracy theories. This is a mechanism of the conspiracy singularity. This is one of the many entry points to this, right? Because they offer seemingly impossible to answer questions. And when people are given these questions and are told, oh, it's just unanswerable, then they start thinking, well, how can I answer it with whatever, fringe information I have? And that leads them to Alex Jones types. It leads them to, the Jimmy Dores. It leads them to, wackadoo nonsense people like Naomi Wolf. It winds up bringing them further into the conspiracy singularity where there is just no accurate information. And the only commonality between these different groups is they can only interact with each other because they're too crazy to interact with anyone else. And they all just believe that there's some kind of evil group of people, usually Jews or trans people or gays, you know, manipulating the world powers in order to undermine Western civilization and, you know, force them to be gay somehow, I guess. You know, it's all part of this interconnected ecosystem.
Why are
the ecosystem of stupidity?
Californians paying for that? Like, unbelievable. In fact, whenever Gavin Newsom or any of these Democrat leftists say, don't politicize it, that's code for don't criticize our terrible decisions, okay?
Wait, it is politicized. It occurs within our political domain. The same way all art is political. But you know what? I'm willing to bet that this guy would get really, really upset if someone told him Star Wars was political. I'm willing to bet this guy would literally like shit himself to death if someone told him like Rocky was political. I bet he would come close, you know?
Let's talk about California. CAL FIRE, the state's firefighting agency, has spent over $30 billion. It's funny that we just throw that word around now. $30 billion on battling and preventing wildfires since 2017. That's about $750 per California resident. Their budget has grown 72% in that time. Yet despite all that spending, what do we have to show for it? Well, mismanagement with water and the poor results. And then Gavin Newsom's handling of wildfire.
You know, that's an interesting thing to throw out there. What do we have to show for it? You know, mismanagement of water. Might that not be related to this thing we hear about all the time called climate change that our country is doing fuck all about? Might that have something to do with it? I don't know. You know, like, could California have done better? Absolutely. But is all the blame on California for climate change? Not exactly.
Rob, I sent you this article. In 2021, Cap Radio exposed that Gavin Newsom, look at the headline of it, Rob, misled the public about his efforts, claiming that the project covered 90,000 acres. The state's own data showed that it was only 11,399. And where's the rest of that money going? His priorities are where they should be, okay? Billions to fight homelessness, like Adam said, and it's disappeared into a black hole. And then he's busy campaigning for Joe Biden. He's doing like diverse.
You know, it's really weird that you're bringing up something that happened 3 years ago to explain a fire that's happening right now. You know, like Gavin Newsom got in hot water, 4 years ago. And things are not the same now because time has transpired. You know, like, I just... The failures could potentially be different, is all I'm saying.
Diversity of no IDs, illegals. And then if you think about it, Californians had a chance. You guys had a chance.
Notice how he's just like throwing out buzzwords because he has no idea what he's talking about. Like, no IDs, illegals, because Californians had a chance. They had a chance. They didn't do it. And it's like, do you have a coherent idea of anything?
To get his ass out with Larry Elder, okay? And I'm curious to ask you guys, Pat.
And it wasn't even close.
No, like...
Oh, man, it's really sad when Adam Sosnick is like, all right, guys, come on.
What is it going to take?
Oh, it's coming.
It's because now it's affecting, it's in the hills of like, and I'm, God, my heart goes out to everybody, but nobody cares when it's the regular person, Pat. Nobody cares when it's homeless. Now it's starting to hit the people that are up in the hills. When do you think that that's going to happen?
This morning, we're announcing limited edition hats.
Oh my God, that transition to the ad read. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Because inauguration is on the 20th. Not this Monday, but it's the following Monday. These hats are hats that we've been working on having for a while. It's the 45.
Look, you might be on fire right now, but you know what would look really dapper on top of that fire? A goddamn hat, okay? Look, with your last dying breath, you need Venmo us $99.99, all right? They're only $100. They're only 100 US dollars. That's so much money for such a bad hat. Look at how bad that hat is, guys. Future looks bright. This is the conservative equivalent of like a hang in there cat poster, and they're charging 100 actual dollars for it. 100 actual dollars. Now I understand why they had hats stacked up on their desk. It's because they can't sell any of these goddamn hats.
47 Future Looks Bright hat with the American flag on the side and the VT logo on the side, and it's numbered. And if you look at the inside, it's the limited edition ones are the only ones where you see Future Looks Bright everywhere on the inside, and they're not.
Oh, good. I'm glad it says a bunch of things on the inside of the hat. That's gonna be so useful when I wear the hat on my head. Everyone will be able to see how it's such a limited edition hat while it's sitting on my head, you know, from all the letters written inside of the hat.
Numbered 1 out of 50. These are going to go for $99. These will go in no time, and they'll sell on eBay. We see them all the time for $500,000, $2,000. Some of them sell for $3,000. This will.
I'm sorry, you're trying to tell me somebody has sold one of these hats for $500,000? Or wait, were you trying to say for $500 or $1,000 or $2,000? I'm still flummoxed at the idea that someone would pay $500 for one of these, let alone several $1,000s. Are you? Please buy this hat as an investment. I would rather cut off my own arm.
Will go for in no time. The 250 numbered in no time. Okay.
Lady
now
Starfire,
there's matching shirts that comes with this. Okay, with 4547 Future Looks Bright with the American flag on the back with valuetainment. Rob has the one with white 4547 on it. If the camera can zoom in on Rob. Okay. Vinny's got the one with the gray. If you can put this over there, Vinny, with you, and he's got the sweater. So we have the shirt, the sweater, and then there.
Please, God. Okay? Please, God, hear my prayer. I have never wanted anything more in my entire life than for valuetainment to put on a MAGA fashion show. Please, I know you delivered that once before, and it was a gift that I did not know that I wanted, but I want a second one more than anything. I want it so badly. Please make this happen. I need that to exist. Okay? I need it. I laughed so hard multiple times during that video that I cried. It was so good. It was so fucking funny.
This man is what would happen if Hassan, Joe Rogan and What If Althist had a love child while they were all on shrooms. Oh wait, Dono goes to.
Yo! Story of the Bard, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. I know that this is completely not part of, you know, what we were doing, but we need to we need to take a slight detour, okay? We need this. I need this. There we go. There we go. Come on. Bringing it up. Bringing it up. I know it's interrupting. So I know it is. But you know what? We need this. I need this. You all need it, okay? Yes. Okay, this is one of the best moments of the fashion show that I'm talking about that we need. We need it again. Okay? Gay coming out here. We need this. I do have to be honest, the only thing I have liked so far that is in any way was he just lip-syncable. Oh man. Are we gonna...
What's going on, Logale?
Oh god.
It sounds good, but it's not me. There we go. You ready to make America great again? So you wanna talk about me? Only going to scream on me. Hi. What's going on, guys?
Anyway, that was great. You should all watch this video. I still think about it regularly.
There's addition. These are the numbered ones. Then we have these additional ones. That's 45, 47. Red, white, and blue. This is not a lot of supply. But here's what we're doing. The shirts are also here with it. For those of you that are proud that this victory took place and you supported him and you believe the future looks bright and you like all these, challenges.
Man, I really love the massive American flag right on the nape of the neck. It's so good. It's like you've been stamped through the barcode.
Putting out there with folks reacting saying, wait a minute, we should call Gulf of Mexico Gulf America. Yes. What's going on with Greenland? All these policies coming up with, if you support him and you support valuetainment, you might want to.
I'm sorry, did he just offhandedly agree that the Gulf of Mexico should be renamed the Gulf of America?
Go get the skier. And anything you purchase today, we just made this announcement 30 minutes ago. I had a call with our VP of Finance, Tom and Chris from Merch. 100% of all purchase. Guys, we're going to have probably one of the biggest, that's going to be the biggest day of 2025 in purchases today because we've been working to launch these hats in a long time, the 45, 47. 100% of purchases made all day today, 24 hours, will go to families that are being affected by the fires in California. By the way, we're not giving the money to a charity and then, hey, here, do whatever you want to do with it.
Wait, I'm sorry, only the next 24 hours?
Families that are being affected by the fires in California.
Okay, wait, when did this video come out? This video came out 5 days ago, so it's effectively now just an ad for the hats. Because they're not continuing to donate the proceeds of these hats to victims of the fire. It was just for the day. It was just for that day.
California. By the way, we're not giving the money to a charity and then, hey, here, do whatever you want to do with it. We want families that are being affected. You're saying somebody, your mother lost that. I'm getting stories that are coming in right now with, it just doesn't make sense what's going on there. The worst fire they've had ever in Southern California. People are being decimated, devastated. Stories, people that build houses that have been living there for 20, 30, 40 years, generationally living in Palisades are being affected by it. But I'm talking average day-to-day families, folks that are affected. Send us a story, Manek, whatever other way you want to get a hold of us. If there's stories that we want direct.
Not shady at all.
Yeah, so basically the charity that you're talking about donating money to is just yourselves deciding which people seem most deserving based on the social media stories they send you. That sounds shady as hell.
Hearing those testimonies, whatever.
It's like one of the reasons you would donate it to a charity is because presumably it being a charity, like a 501c3, means that the money can be tracked. How was the money used? Like that's one of the reasons people donate to a charity and don't just say, yeah, I trust what insert company is doing.
Whatever we sell today, 100% is going to families affected by the fire in California. So if you watch...
Also, can I level with you here, guys? And I don't know, maybe I'm being uncharitable here, but when I hear this, and I know roughly what economic echelon these guys are in, what it makes me think of is that this is a way to funnel money to their rich friends who may have lost property. Like, you know, like that's where my brain goes to. Maybe I'm too cynical. Maybe I'm being a bit jaded here. But, you know, I think that maybe the guy who, you know, was pretty plausibly accused of running a multi-level marketing scheme, maybe he's not a guy you should just trust with money to do the right thing. You know, I'm just throwing that out there.
Hi, Tim, you watch PBD Podcast. You're a fan of this. Whatever you purchase, you're not just purchasing that. And I'm not saying profits. 100% of revenue today from merch, not just
just today though. If you buy them tomorrow, it's going directly into my pocketbook, baby.
Profit. That could be a very big number. 100% of revenue is going to go to families in California.
Amen.
Support the cause. I lived there for 24 years of my life. Everywhere I've lived, I've never lived in a place more than California. It's a very special place for me. I have some of my favorite people in the world that live over there, some of my favorite memories over there. I got married in California, too. My boys were born in California. Tom and I met in California. My wife and I met in California. Relationships, all of those memories.
Wait, that's the end of the video? Wait, the entire rest of that was just an ad read? This video was 9 minutes long, okay? This video was 9 minutes long. The ad read started half the video's an ad read, guys. Are you kidding me?
Following Monday. These hats are hats.
I'm sorry.
People that are up in the hills, when do you think that's going to happen?
This morning, we're in.
Four of the minutes of this 9-minute video are an ad read. That is incredible. I thought they were coming back around. Okay, well then okay. All right. Well, that I can mix it up. I can mix it up a little bit because guess what, guys? I did a little digging on this one because you know I, not being on the Patrick Bet-David show or on the Valuetainment Network, I actually was like, I'm gonna Google this. What's the deal with the LA firefighting budget? And you know what? I found a really useful article from the LA Times, actually, titled, "Did Mayor Karen Bass Really Cut the Fire Department Budget?" The answer gets tricky, which is interesting. Okay. When Mayor Karen Bass unveiled her budget plan for 2024 to 25, she called for a 2.7 reduction in spending at the LA Fire Department. And I gotta stop right there, because right off the bat, I'm kind of like, a 2.7% reduction in budget is not world-ending. That is actually not a large chunk. Like, people are like, defunded the fire department, like as if the fire department is working with, like, you know, rocks, like just like big rocks. They gotta ride the Dalmatians into the fire. Like, what? No, they got all their equipment. Okay, it's a 2.7% reduction. But I, being a discerning reader, did not simply stop reading after the first paragraph. Her proposal, unveiled in April, sought $23 million in cuts to the department, with much of it focused on reduced equipment purchases. But while her citywide spending proposal was being reviewed, Bass also was also in closed-door negotiations over a major boost in pay for the city's 3,300 firefighters. Those pay hikes, 4 years of raises, and an array of other financial incentives, those would be financial incentives to hire more firefighters and to retain firefighters, were not finalized until several months after her budget went into effect. And the city council approved the firefighter raises in November, adding more than $53 million in additional salary costs. By then, the council had also signed off on $58 million for new fire trucks and other department purchases. So there was a 2.7% reduction, but they wound up spending $111 million more dollars on the fire department. Once those two line items were added, the fire department's operating budget actually grew by more than 7% compared to the prior fiscal year, according to the city's financial analysts. And that's so weird. It's so weird to see that. It's so bizarre because so many conservatives have been talking about how Karen Bass defunded the firefighters. You know, she left them without the things they need to fight fires. Okay? That's negligence. That is evil. Okay? You don't understand. All right? You fools. You simpletons. And it's really bizarre, right? Like, I'm gonna be a little unfair here. I'm gonna be a little unfair, all right? I'm gonna throw up a tweet from another person who just had my brain thinking about this issue maybe a bit longer than she did or the valuetainment people did. And that would be one Anna Kasparian. You know, one of the main people at TYT, home of progressives. And it reads, California, and especially LA, is controlled by Democrats. They are responsible. No more passing the buck. And you know what? I'm going to pause there. Because that's true. You know, the people in charge should really take more responsibility. I agree. We should take green initiatives more seriously. We should take investment into natural disaster preparedness more seriously. We should be investing in a green revolution because we need it in order for our cities not to burn down. And, well, kind of seems like one mayor was doing that by helping get through over $110 million more dollars to firefighters. But, unfortunately, that's not where Anna Kasparian goes. Our mayor, who was in Ghana as fires exploded in our city, which, yeah, people travel for work, Anna. People do that. Like framing, oh man, were you building relationships with other countries that we work with and are economically interdependent on? Let's go. Like, that's fine. That's actually part of her job. She knows that. Cut the fire budget by $17 million. And I just find that very interesting because turns out that's not what happened. And, like, maybe it would be good for someone who has literally taught journalism classes in college courses to maybe have looked into this issue a little bit and not just regurgitated conservative talking points. You know? Maybe we should expect a bit better from people who are not on the Valuetainment podcast. You know, maybe we should be expecting a bit better. But of course it goes on. Endless amounts of money funneled into bullshit, scammer, homeless nonprofits. And you know, that's really interesting, right? I, for one, would love to know more about the bullshit, scammer nonprofits. Would that not be something that a journalistic outfit could investigate? Because clearly, if they are bullshit, they're nonprofits. So you know where the money went in the nonprofit. They are legally obligated to report where the money went. We're the highest taxed, yet we have encampments and squalor everywhere. It's almost like instead you should invest in housing first initiatives, because as we've seen from Miami, from other cities around the country, investing in housing first drastically reduces the crime rate in homeless areas. It houses the homeless so they are no longer homeless. Helps them get better, helps them get clean. It's basically beneficial around the board. I literally did a story the other day about how an insurance company started housing homeless people who were covered by their policies, and they saw a drastic reduction in drug use, because it turns out it's way easier to get clean when you have a house. You know? Weird. Even worse, we don't have enough firefighters to respond to the absolute disaster we're experiencing right now. Rather than conserve the record rain we got last year, we just drained it into the ocean. We are a failing city run by a sick excuse for local government. You want to radicalize people against the modern Democratic Party? Send them to LA. And like, there are so many things you could use this moment to radicalize people in regards to Democrats, right? Like the use of prison slave labor to fight the fires. By the way, child prison slave labor. That's cool. That's interesting, right? Like, hey, maybe it's bad that we have teenagers sleeping on dirt in the middle of fire disaster zones because they're working 24/7 against a deadly threat of nature. Maybe that's bad. Maybe we should criticize people in power who have allowed that system to come to fruition. Maybe we should criticize those systems. Maybe we should, in fact, attempt to make them better. But what's interesting here is that the alternative is not presented, leaving basically people to come to the conclusion that, well, you know, I guess Republicans will do better. And they won't, is the thing. They won't do better. The solution is to adopt left-leaning positions, progressive positions, that push all of these Democrats to do better, to embrace more progressive policies. That is always the goal. Unless, of course, you don't believe in progressive policies and instead have come to believe in conservative ones, in which case you're just wrong. You just engaged with too much Joe Rogan and it rotted your brain cells. And I don't know, I think we should expect better from our progressive media. And I think we should, you know, honestly, I think if you are a conservative, you should expect better from your conservative media. Okay? There is a world that could exist where you could, in fact, have a podcast of conservatives not making dipshit points about the LA fires. That is a possibility that it could exist if conservatives actually wanted critical thinking from their media producers. But they don't. Because they want to engage in the conspiracism. They want to engage in the slow drain around the conspiracy singularity. Because it's fun. It makes you feel like you have a community. Right up to the point where you look around and you realize you haven't seen your kids in 5 years. And your wife left you. And none of your friends come around anymore. Maybe it's time for a change. Woo! We did it. We made it through a segment, folks. We did it. How we all doing? How you feeling? I hope you're enjoying the show. Disagree, critical thinking leads to a lack of conservatism. That's the point, Rainbow Krampus. I'm setting up a win-win. I had to huff paint. That's fair. Go back, I missed the first segment. Morale is high. Ah, good. The troops are ready to march. We have many leagues to cross yet before we reach Stanford Bridge. The Vikings have come for York. You need to talk about the Minnesota constitutional crisis going on in a future stream. It is crazy. I will say that I don't have in-depth knowledge about it yet, but yeah, there's some shit going down in Minnesota right now because the state legislature, I believe the House is equally the House is split right now with like one Republican in the majority, but the Democrats are poised to take it back after a special election, like later in February. So basically, the Democrats in the Minnesota state legislature are just going, we're not going to show up until after that special election, because then you won't be able to control the House. You won't have like the supremacy. And so yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's a wild standoff, but you know what's actually pretty cool? It's actually really nice here in Minnesota watching Democrats actually doing something. You know? Like, it's like, oh my God, you guys are actually standing in solidarity with each other and not showing up to the legislature. You're actually like walking the walk. You're not just giving us hot air. That's cool. Did you see Jackson Hinkle pushing trans bathroom bans in Montana? No, doesn't surprise me. I put Jackson Hinkle in the same category as like Alex Stein. They're basically just both clowns, you know, just different kinds of clowns. Yeah, there's definitely an element right now in the legislature of like Republicans are trying to say we are the one true rulers of the legislature, and the Democrats are going, nuh-uh, we have the law on our side. And it's just kind of a weird standoff. All right, folks, we've been going for an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. Let's go, you salty dogs. And, yeah. Hope you all are having a good time. Let's see here. This is the longest stream ever. I can make it shorter. God, also, if you know who Jackson Hinkle and Alex Stein are just from name alone, I pity you. No one should know those names. No one. All right. You guys want some hopium? You guys want some hopium? I get Jackson Hinkle mixed up with Haas all the time. They're basically interchangeable. Let's do some hopium. Okay. So, folks, there's this guy named Ben Wikler. And he is the head of the Wisconsin, Democratic Party, or the Democratic Party chair in Wisconsin. I suppose the technical term. And he is being hailed as a hero because Wisconsin is one of the swing states that came really, really close. Like, it was a very close race, but Democrats have basically undone the damage that Republicans have, wrought on the state over the past decade due to Ben Wikler. his leadership has actually allowed them to win local elections, has actually allowed them to gain power, gain traction, and, make progress. Win. Like you have to win in order to govern. And so Ben Wikler is one of the few people in the Democratic Party who seems to understand this. And he's running to be head of the DNC, and he's basically the best option. There's also a guy running from Minnesota. I forget his name at the moment, but he would also be okay. But Ben Wikler is the best choice. And I found this interview with him from an outlet called Democracy Docket. It was posted 8 days ago, and I figured we'd go over it, because, good stuff.
Its work to bring you vital voting rights and democracy news by becoming a premium member for $10 a month today. You can support Democracy Docket and get exclusive access to content from me and the entire team. Sign up above or in the link below. Welcome to Democracy Docket's DNC Chair Candidate Series. Wisconsin Democratic Party Chair Ben Wikler is here to tell you about his plan.
Damn. Okay, sorry, I was not expecting the Mass Effect jam music that they threw on top of this.
Plans for the Democratic National Committee. I'm Mark Elias. Let's get started. Welcome, Ben Wikler, to Democracy Docket.
Thank you so much, Mark. It's great to be with you, and thanks for the work of everyone at Democracy Docket and the fight for democracy.
Yeah, well, thank you, and thank you for being on again. I know we talked last year before the election about the really important and great work you're doing in Wisconsin, and here we are now after the election. So let me jump in with the question that I think is on so many people's minds. This was a difficult election. It didn't turn out the way we wanted, at least at the national level. I should note that Tammy Baldwin did win re-election in Wisconsin, which is a bright spot. But, overall, we lost control of the Senate.
Also, some of you guys helped turn Wisconsin around. You guys turned out and phone banked and did a little bit of door knocking for Wisconsin's Supreme Court. Turnaround. You guys did good.
We didn't win the presidency, and the House got a little better, and that's shouldn't be overlooked. But we didn't retake the House. So I'm sure everyone has asked you. So I'm going to join the chorus. What do you think happened in 2024? Like, what happened? What went wrong? What should we take away from all of this?
This is a central question, and I will note we don't have all the voter file data, so there's some answers we don't have yet. But we can see one thing really clearly, which is that this is the first election in my lifetime where Democrats lost the majority of people earning under $50,000 a year. And if you pull back the lens, you see that the ruling party in every country in the world, every developed democracy in the world that's had an election this year, the party in power, left, right, and center, lost vote share. The United States was not unusual in that. And the clue about what happened is that for people who don't have giant stock market portfolios that were gaining in value as the stock market shot up, it was cold comfort to say that the economy was booming. The more you say that inflation hurt you, the more likely you were to vote for change, for some other party to take charge.
It's really fascinating to actually see someone who is relatively high up in the Democratic Party actually acknowledge that this is even a problem. The general reaction from high-level Dems has completely memory hold the idea that this is one of the first elections in recent memory that Democrats lost the working class. You have to go way back to find that. And Here, Ben Wikler is just straight up being like, yeah, turns out what's good for the stock market isn't necessarily good for everyday Americans, which is true. I'm wondering if he's going to bring up Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum has an 80+% approval rating in Mexico, largely because she has pro-working class reforms and has implemented them and is riding off of AMLO's implementation of working class reforms. And it's Democrats here just throw up their hands. They're like, what? We gave them neoliberalism. What more do they want? Look at the stock market. The stonks are going up. And it turns out, well, most people in America don't own stocks. So they don't care if the stock market is going up. They don't care if it's going down. They just care if they can afford their groceries and their rent.
And we can see also that the people who heard the least from the campaign were the people who moved the most. For people who say they pay attention to political news all the time, Harris won by 8 points. For people who say they never pay attention to political news, Harris lost by 16 points in exit polling. And that aligns with what we see at the ward level and county level across the country, that we lost ground across geography. We lost ground across race and ethnicity. We lost ground especially with younger and middle-aged voters. And this is basically working folks, often who got support during the pandemic.
There we go! The guy actually knows what the issue is here. People lost their pandemic supports that were pretty instrumental for people being willing to support Biden. They lost that. They lost, their financial security as a result. And frankly, nothing really went better for them. None of the promised reforms actually got passed. Or very few of them, I should say. Like some of the bigger ones that people actually associated with the Democratic Party, like a higher minimum wage, got defeated by the Democratic Party.
First with Trump's signature on the check that was there because of Democratic votes, and then from support that came through in the Biden-Harris administration. But then that support went away at the same time as prices went up and stayed up, even though inflation was dropping. So
they fumbled the ball on the child tax credit. That was one of the biggest things. During the pandemic, the child tax credit was changed so that it became like a monthly payment. So people were relying on the child tax credit in order to enable them to live, in order for them to actually pay their bills, to buy food for their children, etc. And they lost that. A provision was implemented to extend the child tax credit, but it was no longer a monthly payment, which became a huge problem. And a lot of people found it really hard to do without that. Also, Dylan Burns, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are going over this interview with Ben Wikler, who's running to be head of the DNC. And this guy actually seems like he knows what is going on, which is really refreshing.
You were getting help and then it went away. Prices went up. Life seemed unaffordable. And if you weren't hearing from the candidate about what Harris was going to do to help you in your life and what Trump was going to do to hurt you, then you're just like, this isn't working for me. I want something else. And that points the way to the prescription, which is the Democratic Party has to be fighting for working people in ways that they see and feel. And that means communicating in places where people who don't watch the news get their understanding of the world. That means, a lot of the podcasts and video things like we're on right now, and a ton of other ones, and YouTube and big group chats that people are on, and the places that are outside the political conversation, and fighting fights that make clear that we're on the side of working people for an economy that works for everyone, where everyone has kind of freedom and dignity and a fair shot. And we're against the folks who are trying to rig this entire country for the benefit.
Yeah, Dragonfly, there's something about Dems in Wisconsin and Minnesota where I think they just fundamentally get it a little bit more. Maybe it's because, overall both states are more rural, but they have kind of like larger urban population centers, and so there's like kind of you encounter all different types, and so maybe the Dems here just have a better idea of what like working people actually need because they are actually friends with working people. They aren't just like in elite cocktail parties. And yeah, like they have to convince the people to vote for them. And it's not, I don't know. It's not as reliant on entrenched power structures as other parts of the country, maybe. That's my pet theory anyway.
Of a tiny group of far-right billionaires at the top. And if we can lay those battle lines out.
Can he win? Exendu, the exciting thing about Ben Wikler is that he just got endorsed by Schumer. So it is looking like he is slowly securing the votes needed to actually win the DNC chair race, which is very, very exciting.
The way that people feel in their gut. I think we have a chance to win back a ton of votes from working people across the country and win elections in these next 4 years.
Okay, so that
yeah, the thing is, you don't have to like Schumer to understand that Schumer carries an enormous amount of weight within the Democratic Party.
That sounds right. I mean, it sounds great. You know, you have been a very successful chair in the state of Wisconsin, achieving actually something of national celebrity and great reverence. So, given the hole that we have dug ourselves into as Democrats, and given that you know, Trump is now in power, why the hell do you want to be the DNC chair? Like what why do you want to be DNC chair?
I mean, I like running into fires, and
Man is asked why he wants to be, you know, one of the most powerful people within the Democratic Party, and he compares it to running into a blazing inferno. Like, this is a man who understands that this is, you know, like the Democratic Party is collapsing, you know? That it is in real danger of being unable to rise to the occasion. And like, this is a guy who's like, no, we can't afford that. We can't afford that. Working people can't afford that. The rent is too damn high on that path. So we need to we need to fix this. We need to put out the fire. We need to get our shit together, and we need to win in 2 years. We need to win in 4 years. We need to win in 6 years. We need to win every goddamn year. And I think that is a great attitude to have for someone approaching this position. If Wikler is the DNC chair, I legitimately raise the hope-o-meter a notch. I like that we have the hope-o-meter or hope-ometer? I like hope-ometer, yeah.
I think the country now has a fire. We have a moment of really extraordinary threat that for people paying close attention, you can, you know, our hair standing on end. For people that aren't, right now, Trump is more popular than he's ever been. And I think what's about to happen is that he's going to do a series of disastrous things to try to rip almost everyone off to help the people who can afford the $1 million Mar-a-Lago memberships. And it's going to piss a lot of people off. And the Democratic Party should both build a fortress to stop those attacks from creating massive harm on tons and tons of people, and also build a sail that can catch the political energy and help to make sure that that actually propels us to winning elections. And that means building a strategy in every state. What are the fights coming up in that state that open the path to a functioning democracy and an economy that works for working people? And then building year-round organizing and communication, war rooms that can speak across all these different platforms and all these different places to all these different communities in states and nationally. And
just pause for a second and consider that this is revolutionary talk for someone who is in a position to potentially run the DNC. And that is the fact that it is in fact revolutionary to have someone say, we need to win. We need to have, you know, we need to have programs in each state, you know, to propel us forward. We need to actually like understand what's happening in each state and what we need to do in order to retain and continue and push forward our gains and our wins. And like, I listen to that, I'm like, how do you not have that already? How does the DNC not have these plans in place already? Like, that seems so kind of on its face a thing you would need. Like a national organization would have a national strategy, right? A strategy that can coordinate with all states and understands what is happening in each state and how that state is connected with others. Like, that seems like a kind of a no-brainer type thing, and they don't have it. Largely because, in my estimation, they've been coasting on the goodwill of their constituents for a very long time. And they've been passing neoliberal reform after neoliberal reform. And it turns out that the only people who like those neoliberal reforms are conservatives and exceedingly wealthy people who do not make up the majority of people in this country. And so, like, him basically planting his flag here and saying, I'm going to do the thing that we need to do to win. And then he actually explains, how we haven't been doing the thing we need to do to win for a long time. It's a breath of fresh air, and also I think a bit infuriating in a positive way. Like this is the kind of like anger and dissatisfaction I feel that can maybe propel some of us to pick up the fight ourselves and get involved in our local political parties to make a change in that way. Like I went to my first couple DSA meetings earlier this week, and I'm going to my local Democratic Senate district meeting in a week and a half. And I want to be one of those people. And you know what? I can tell you, you can also be one of those people. It really does just take like a couple of emails and like putting in your personal information and RSVPing to go to a meeting. That's it. That's all it takes. Then you show up to the meeting and you're just in a normal meeting. It's not like it's special. It's not like it's flashy. It's just a meeting. You just have to show up. You can also be someone who is an agent of change rather than just a passive observer.
And that's what we've done in Wisconsin. That has been my work for the last 6 years. And we've been able to unrig our state. We flipped 14 state legislative districts this year because we finally have fair maps that are the result of years of fighting and organizing and work that you and others have done. And if we can do this on a national level, then even though there are going to be some really bad things that Trump does that will frankly create a lot of pain for a lot of people, this can also be the moment when we...
Sepson, to allay your fears a little bit, DSA doesn't have like people who run all of DSA. DSA is mainly dedicated to like local and state level activism. So like your chapter of DSA is, mileage may vary, but they're all independent of one another for the most part. So there is like tenuous connections to like a national organization, but I having been to my local chapter meeting now, like it was pretty cool. We talked about a little bit about how we can make a road reconstruction project into something that can build community centers and public transit and affordable housing, and it was really, really neat. And now I'm going to a meeting on Friday. If I can. I still need to check my schedule and RSVP to that. But, it's a great way to get involved in stuff like that.
Rebuild the huge movement that believes in democracy and believes in a fair economy, and create something better for the long term. These moments of crisis are also the biggest moments of opportunity, and I'm running because I've been exactly in the version of this fight in my state that I love so much, that's so evenly divided. And I think that kind of intensity and focus to unite the party, fight the fights up and down the ballot, and then win elections that allow us to deliver for working people, that we have the chance to do that everywhere in this country in these next 4 years.
Yeah, and look, I think you touched on something that actually is, for me, very very front of mind for kind of what the Democratic Party does. There seems to be right now uncertainty, not necessarily at the DNC, not necessarily in the state party world, but in the more general world, there seems to be uncertainty about what...
My interpretation of what Ben Wikler is doing as like a broader strategy, by the way, is that he recognizes that in order for better politics to flourish in the Democratic Party, actual progressive solutions that actually help working class people, he recognizes that in order to get that to happen, neoliberals can no longer be allowed to control the DNC. And I don't know a lot about Ben Wikler's personal politics, but I do know that he is aligned against this neoliberal establishment. And in that regard, I support him. And so I think in a lot of ways, he's carving a path that other people can take advantage of, or his chairmanship might be something under which, the next Bernie Sanders doesn't get screwed over. It could be like, instead of an actively hostile system, it could be a system that actually propagates and assists people with more progressive politics who actually want to win and actually have a shot to go and win, instead of the establishment consolidating around, you know, a decrepit corpse. You know, like that. Yeah, I'm just a hypothetical. You know, I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. I'm not talking about any specifics when I talk about that, but I think you all know what I mean.
Democrats should do with respect to Trump. And it's no secret I come from a more oppositional approach. But you know, I understand there is a range of views about this. So I'm curious, from the DNC standpoint, right? If you were the DNC chair, how do you think the Democratic Party, understanding that you're going to have members of Congress that are going to need to do what they need to do for their districts, and I applaud them and say they should do that. But what do you think what would be your approach as DNC chair to sort of how you treat a Trump presidency or a Donald Trump as president?
I think that there are going to be moments that come in these next years, and they're probably going to come very quickly, that will define who Trump is for and what Trump is about and who Democrats are for based on the way that we fight and the way that we show up in those moments. And that in those fights, drawing a crystal clear contrast where we are fighting for core beliefs and values in an economy for everyone, and Trump is trying to serve his own agenda, a tiny number of people at the top, that will change and build people's relationships with the Democratic Party and change how people think about those who are, you know, covering for Trump when he's doing things that are terrible. And I think back to some other fights in the past, it has been critical for Democrats to unite with a very clear kind of oppositional no answer to bad things, and then do that in a way that's grounded in what we're actually for. So think back to 2005. George W. Bush tried to privatize Social Security. And there were some, you know, there's some like, oh, well, maybe we should kind of half privatize it. And actually, no, Democrats believe in Social Security. We want to expand Social Security. We want to support folks being able to retire with dignity. We don't want elder people to be falling into poverty. We don't think Social Security should be ransacked for private gain. And then the financial crisis hit in 2008. And like, thank God we hadn't put Social Security into the stock market at that moment. It could have threatened one of the only lifelines that people had in the moment of economic catastrophe and collapse. And Democrats united around that fight, made it absolutely clear, and then won in a massive way in 2006 and 2008. 2017, Trump came in and tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act and gut Medicaid, the biggest insurance program in this country that is critical for people with disabilities and complex medical needs and people of modest means and so many people. And we fought back against that. We didn't say, let's cut a bunch of healthcare for some people and meet you halfway. We said, no, we think that everyone should be able to see a doctor when they get sick. Everyone should be able to afford the care that they need. And we're going to keep working on that. We should get to a point where everyone has health coverage and no one goes bankrupt because they need to see a doctor. And so we said no to a terrible policy and fought back in a way that was grounded in every state and congressional district with people who were directly affected.
Like this guy, you know, I know I keep going on about it, but this guy talks like he wants to win. This guy talks like he wants to win, not just because he wants to keep all the perks that go with like the job, not just because he likes whining and dining in DC, not because he wants to like build up lobbying points. Like this guy talks because he genuinely wants to fucking win. And just hearing that from someone who wants to make things better, generally speaking, for working class people in this country, that you have my attention. You have my attention. You have my interest. You have my support. I want to know more about what he wants to do. Win what? He wants to win chair of the DNC, for starters. He is, to my knowledge, the current front runner for that. And also he wants to then coordinate so that Democrats win everything. Every seat that is winnable, every seat that may be unwinnable in the conventional thinking. He wants to win everything. This is not a game. This is real life. There are actual stakes. And as such, you should want to win literally everywhere.
On camera talking to the Republican members of Congress about what they were doing was going to affect them. And we defeated that. We defeated the policy, and it became the defining issue for the 2018 midterm elections. And Republicans tried to sound like Democrats on pre-existing conditions. And those fights are going to come. There will be probably multiple of them.
I mean, dude doesn't need luck with that. He has the endorsement of Chuck Schumer at the moment, along with many other people in prominent political positions. So I think a lot of Democrats also want to win, but you know, they're decrepit and they don't know how to be useful.
The fight against family separation is another example. The Families Belong Together movement with marches across the country and a totally clear line where Trump actually wound up
howdy,
backpedaling
Raiders.
on this morally
Welcome.
absolutely unacceptable policy that they were pushing. There are going to be fights like that. And I think that how we choose the fights, you know, obviously we're going to have a lot of things that that we disagree with this administration. We're going to make that clear and live out our values. And some of those fights will be ones where we can actually mobilize a massive wave across the country in a way that gives Democrats the opportunity to show who we're for and who Trump is for and how is it.
Organizing a massive wave of Democrats across the country. I like the sound of this. I like the cut of this jib. As a sailor woman myself, I like the cut of that jib.
Against what the vast majority of people want. And making those the central story of this administration, I think.
Does this guy want to improve living conditions instead of lining his own pockets? He's literally the head of the Democratic Party in Wisconsin, and he oversaw the opposition to Republicans in his state for like the last decade and turned it around to being a predominantly Democrat-controlled state. So, yes, he does care about actually fucking winning instead of lining his own pockets.
Think is a critical job that the DNC can help propel with united elected leaders and grassroots groups and unions and the labor movement, like working all together. We're going to have a chance to really define the battle lines. Trump represents a tiny number of people with a view that the whole country should basically serve them, not have a voice when they disagree, and make them even wealthier. And that is unpopular. And if
oh, what's that? You're against political figures profiting from their positions? Oh, how novel. You know, like I like him saying the things that obviously should be said by someone of his station seeking the kind of power he's seeking. You know, like it's nice to hear someone be going out there and saying, hey, I don't think people in my position should be corrupt, and I don't think we should have corrupt politicians in our party. And also, I think that maybe we should prioritize winning over lining the pockets of people inside of our group.
If we can make that vivid and make it clear that we're on the side of working folks across the country, across race and ethnicity, in rural areas and suburbs and cities, then Democrats not only can prevent some of that damage that Trump wants to inflict, but we can win a ton of elections and have a mandate to do the right thing when we get elected.
Yeah, I want to pick on one other thing that you said that I think is worth exploring a little bit. You know, one of the criticisms that you sometimes hear from people about the DNC is that it is very focused on presidential elections, and I find it very interesting. And by the way, it needs to focus on presidential elections. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But one of the things that I think is very interesting about your background, and also in one of the things you alluded to, is you know, in your position you had to oversee essentially the rebuilding of the local bench or the state legislature, judicial elections, you know, other things that are going on at, you know, that Democrats have to care about other than the presidency. And I'm just curious, you know.
Also, just to kind of add, I know, you know, maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, but like there are some signs here that like Wikler is in a really good position to actually take this, you know, to actually win this. Like within the last 24 hours, he got Stacey Abrams' endorsement. He got the Senate Majority Whip from Michigan's endorsement. There's a lot of like influential people in the Democratic Party coming out of the woodwork to endorse this person, and it's pretty cool to see. And honestly, what's fascinating to me is that it's looking like it's going to be a showdown between Ken Martin and Ben Wikler. And Ken Martin is the Minnesota candidate. And honestly, guys, when this was initially, when all of the candidates were thrown out initially, right? I was like, you know, I wouldn't be too mad if Ken Martin became DNC chair, but Ben Wikler, I think, is better. And as time has gone on, I do think Ben Wikler is still better. But also, the people I thought were going to rise to the top of the pack, like Martin O'Malley, they got knocked out. They just don't have the main bulk of support anymore. And I find that fascinating. Like, I find it kind of weird that we're in a position where, from my perspective, you know, it's a win or a slightly less good win for us. That's not a usual circumstance, you know?
As if you were DNC chair, like, how do you see that experience that you had balancing with the understandable pull that people have towards the presidential election? I mean, you may say you faced that actually in 2024, even in a swing.
No, AOC wasn't trying to be DNC chair. AOC was running to be House Oversight Committee, I believe.
State, but how do you what is that balance?
So I think that as a national party, we should be a partner with every.
But she did land the House Energy and Commerce Committee, something Energy Committee. But she still got like one of the second or third most powerful, committee positions. So like, she still is moving up the ranks too. It just wasn't as big of a win as people were hoping for.
State to build a plan to fight and win at all the levels of government. And I think one of the things that we can kind of see vividly is that doing that work makes it more possible for us to win the White House. And let me explain what I mean by
the fact that he has to explain that running local and state level races makes it easier to win the presidency is insane to me. The fact that that is considered a novel strategy in the Democratic Party. Are you kidding me? Are these people still falling for like Nigerian prince scams? Like what's the deal here? Yeah, you should seek to win local and state level offices in order to make it easier for you to win the presidency. And like it's fascinating, right? Because yeah, he knows that this is baseline politics, by the way. He knows that. But the shocking thing is that other people in the Democratic Party don't know that.
By that. So, like right now, if Republicans hadn't been able to grab the majority on North Carolina State Supreme Court in 2022, Democrats would have a U.S. House majority right now because Republicans rigged that state and took away 3 congressional seats that where voters had chosen Democrats, so they chopped them up so that the voters wouldn't have that choice.
Yep.
And in Wisconsin, we work in our.
Oh, you mean state level races have implications for national level races? What?
State Supreme Court races. We have a giant state Supreme Court race coming up April 1st, which let me just say, everyone should mark their calendar because that is the first big statewide election of this new Trump era. And we're going to be absolutely fighting to win. Susan Crawford is our candidate against a far-right guy named Brad Schimmel. So donate to Susan Crawford, get involved, volunteer. Those races wind up determining the voting rights that go into the presidential contests. Those races determine whether we have an abortion ban in place and make clear who Democrats are for when it comes to issues that directly affect people in their lives. We had drop boxes banned when the Republicans had the Supreme Court in Wisconsin. Now they are legal, and I'm sure the Republicans would ban them again if they took power. The state legislative fights. We stopped Republicans from getting a supermajority in the state assembly in 22. That prevented Republicans from taking over our state elections commission, which has a bipartisan board right now. And if they had gotten that, they were talking about making it impossible for college students to vote where they actually live and go to school.
Comrade Girl, the process for the DNC vote is basically your state level delegates, I believe, vote for DNC chair. So it will depend on your state what that process is. For example, in Minnesota, that you have to like move up through caucuses. It's a bit frustrating to qualify for them, but that's one of the reasons why I'm getting involved now in my local politics, so that I understand, you know, how that all works and can potentially, you know, help others to understand and maybe exert some power in the state level party, you know?
For example, which would have absolutely cost us the U.S. Senate race. And if we'd won by an inch in the presidential, that would have cost us that too. So it ladders up. And by fighting in the down ballot races, you actually build the muscle and strength and the relationships with volunteers and all that, the cleaning up data in a way that allows you to be more successful in presidential contests. So in Wisconsin, our in-state team and our in-state organizing program basically became the presidential campaign in Wisconsin. It wasn't something that was then, you know, kind of parachuted in or grafted on. And that's my goal here, is that we build through the state parties in partnership with the national party, the kind of organizing infrastructure that means that by the time we have a nominee in 2028, there's already a campaign ready to go. And we also have the campaign ready to go to sustain.
Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of insane that every time a new election cycle rolls around, we have like the hand-picked delegates and aides, and then they have to hand-pick everyone down the hierarchy. That's crazy. Let's just have one dedicated campaign team.
Sustain the House majority that we won in 26 and to win the Senate majority and win the governor's races and the down ballot, statewide.
This, by the way, is one of the reasons why when Obama like kind of abolished the apparatus that put him into power in 2008, it was a huge loss for progressives, right? Because essentially you could dismantle the entire apparatus of the election and it would need to be rebuilt for the next one. And what Ben Wikler here is proposing is essentially stable infrastructure that you do not simply dissolve after the election, which makes sense.
And state legislative fights like this, with good organizing, every fight makes you stronger, whether you win or lose that election, sometimes for external conditions reasons, but you come out of it more ready to go for the next fight. And that's the spirit that I want to be at the core of the work in the Democratic Party. And it means expanding the pie. It means raising a lot of resources, it means deep partnerships and alliances, you know, with the whole kind of ecosystem of who we work with, very much grounded in the labor movement, the fight for working people. And if we can do that, then I think that there's actually, we don't have to make a choice between winning the presidential and winning all the things that allow a Democratic president to be able to deliver change in people's lives by passing laws. I think all those things are part of the same mission. And that's the real metric of our work. It's not just winning elections, it's being able to actually create change and deliver for people. And
well, yeah, and that's the thing, Jess. Like under Obama, we lost over 1,000 seats. In part because he dissolved that apparatus instead of integrating it into a wider national project, you know?
To do that, we have to win elections, and that's why we have to build.
It was one of the biggest, like, FUs to progressives during the Obama years.
This kind of strength. And the ultimate result of all that is that people are going to have better, freer lives with more opportunity and more security and dignity across the country. And if we do that, then nobody can have a good night's sleep.
Yeah, and so I want to just let people know that what you heard Ben say about North Carolina, absolutely true. I mean, the state Supreme Court in North Carolina, which had been a moderate, balanced court, had struck down maps saying that partisan gerrymandering was illegal under the state constitution. Republicans invested heavily in those state Supreme Court races. They won control. They then repealed that decision, and as a result, flipped the congressional map in exact.
Also, the thing is, like, you know, Republicans put a lot of money into these state level races, but here's the thing. Democrats raise more money. And Republicans, during this last presidential cycle, were basically broke. If Donald Trump had lost, their party would have imploded simply from lack of funds. Okay? And what's really interesting here is that if we did get into like a Dono war between Democrats and Republicans, the Democrats would win. If they just had the balls to actually fight. And Ben Wikler seems like someone who can actually fight.
Exactly the way he said, and that is responsible for the entire numerical advantage that Republicans currently enjoy in Congress. They also, by the way, that paved the way for further partisan gerrymandering of their state legislature. So when people read about all of the power grabs going on in North Carolina over the last few years, that is in part because...
Okay, can I just one thing I find very charming about this man are the pictures of the dogs behind him. I like the silly little painting of a dog behind him. I like it a lot. I find it very charming. I like this picture of a dog over here.
Because they have been able to gerrymander their state legislature. And as Ben said, the pattern in Wisconsin has actually been the other way. And in fact, Ben, it leads me to my next question, which is that you and I worked very closely together.
Yes, this is Mark Elias.
You were a great partner, and I hope I was, in the fight for democracy and around democracy issues in Wisconsin, including around undoing partisan gerrymandering. I'm proud my law firm actually brought the case that restored drop boxes in Wisconsin, and you've been, just a hero and a champion on those issues. And it's one of the things that our audience is most interested in, is these issues of voting rights and democracy. And, the truth is that the RNC invested heavily in this in the 2024 election. Like Mike Whatley got the job over Ronna McDaniel, in part because Donald Trump didn't think Ronna McDaniel was doing enough to suppress the vote, what they call their election integrity program. And when you look at the sheer number of lawsuits that the RNC was involved in compared to the DNC, it was clear that whatever you at the Wisconsin level, and again, there were a lot of lawsuits at the Wisconsin level, so I'm not, and I'm not even faulting the DNC. I mean, they have to make strategic decisions one way or the other, but it was clear that the Democratic National Committee in 2024 did not view this the same way that the RNC did in terms of how aggressive it wanted the issue of voting rights and voter protection alike to be in states where you had, like Wisconsin, where you had it sort of an indigenous program. They were very supportive, I'm sure, and they were supportive elsewhere. But there's a long way of saying, I think that there are a lot of people who have questions about like what the DNC would look like on these issues under your leadership, if you were.
That was a very meandering way to ask that question, and I am curious what he meant about indigenous. That was an interesting place to throw that word in, but fair question.
The chair.
We should be really clear-eyed, as you are in this community, is that Republicans try to get power and then change the rules and rig the system to make sure that no one ever can win that power back. That is their playbook. It's that they seize control, they win control, and then they try to rig everything to prevent the public's voice from being heard. And I think that as Democrats, we should view that as a...
Also, Comrade Girl 2018, you should contact Dragonfly, and anyone else interested in getting involved in their local Democratic Party should reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord, riverboat.gg/Discord, and she will help you connect with your local Dems, and you can start going to meetings. The first one for my Senate district is like in a week and a half, and I'm real excited to go and just kind of get a feel for how it works. But one of the great things about actually going to these meetings, they don't know how radical you are. They don't. They don't know that you are in favor of Medicare for all. They don't know that you're in favor of democracy in the workplace. They don't know. So get a lot of like-minded people to come with you, Help out. And then when the time comes, put yourself or one of your comrades forward within your local Democratic Party. It's literally how the process is supposed to work. At least on paper.
A core part of the fight. We're not trying to bend the rules to give our side an advantage. We're trying to make sure that everyone has a fair shot. And we're trying to fight back against Republicans who think that the public really should have no voice in our democracy, that this should just be a handful of very powerful people on the far right who decide everything for everyone. And we just fundamentally disagree with that. And I think that these battles over voting rights, over gerrymandering, ultimately, if we win power, then we can have a real conversation about the power of money in politics and how that functions, because it should be the public's voice that determines what happens in this country. And this is a country where, is a country of working people who do not have billions of dollars to throw around.
That's
and
true.
If you look at the biggest donors in this election, it's a handful of people who want to build a system that just benefits themselves. And that to me, I think, is a core part of the DNC's job, and a core part of the overall movement for democracy's job, is to pay attention to what happens with the rules. What we're watching from the U.S. Supreme Court is just ghastly, and it's going to take a long time to be able to correct and address that. But there's a ton happening at the lower court levels and other federal courts, in state courts, in county courts, all across the country, that will determine whether we actually have a democracy in any meaningful sense or not. And I think the battle is happening on all of those lines at once. And that's something that to me has been at the core of how we've thought about it in Wisconsin. And I think it needs to be part of how we think about it as a national party.
All right. The final,
like, it's nice that someone in the Democratic Party actually recognizes the problem and isn't just using it as, like, a scaremongering tactic to try and force people to the polls. Because at the end of the day, they're like, I'm wealthy. I don't actually have any skin in the game. It doesn't matter to me. Like that, like immediately after the election, smiling and acting like everything's fine. Like, no. We are in an existential battle. We are in a time of existential crisis for whether or not we are going to have democracy as a concept in the country, and we need to get more involved. As I've said many times recently, we are in a time of increased responsibility where, we are being called to do more than we were previously doing before. We are being called to do more than just passively absorb information and have correct opinions. We need to do more than that.
Question I have for you, is a difficult one for me. I was born, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the DNC chair, a few cycles ago, once asked me, "Why are you a Democrat?" And I said, it's interesting. I was born a Democrat. My grandparents were able to make their way, in this country because of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a revered figure in my household. My parents,
I would have loved to be able to cover the Ben Wikler Daily Show appearance, but that is DMCA to hell.
For them, what President Kennedy represents.
Well, the good news is, Exendu, either way, I think his candidacy spurs people into action. If he gets power, spurs people to action. If he's assassinated, he becomes a martyr, and people get involved that way. Either way, I think, his positioning here and him doing the right thing and him speaking truth to power is the right thing to do.
Presented was the best of America.
Yes,
for me,
Epson, he did.
Bill Clinton, represented a watershed moment in my young adult life. And Barack Obama inspired me and millions of Americans to be proud of the Democratic Party and everything it achieved. I worked proudly for John Kerry. I worked proudly for Hillary Clinton, who I thought would have been an extraordinary president. I was happy to.
Look, you were doing so well in the interview, Mark. You were doing so well, and then you had to say something like that. You had to do it, didn't you, Mark?
Assist Joe Biden in his elections. Like I have always viewed my association with the Democratic Party as a point of pride, but the reality of it is that as I look out in the landscape, the Democratic Party brand is not everyone feels that way. There has been alienation.
There you go. You at least recognize that maybe what the Democratic Party represents to a lot of people is not what it represents to you. Okay. That's at least a nice recognition.
Among key constituencies and people, and a diminution of what people think it means to be a Democrat. So I partially want you to say what you would do about that, but also, like, what gives you hope? You know, like what gives you hope that that can change, and that, you know, we can restore people to seeing the Democratic Party the way, frankly, my family and I always viewed the Democratic Party, which was the party of opportunity for people like us?
Yes, this is such a profound and central question. I'm glad this is where we land in our closing question in this conversation, because
this is why I'd be a terrible politician, because the urge to roll my eyes as Mark Elias talks about how great Hillary Clinton was would have been too great. I wouldn't be able to like immediately get back on track. I'd have to be like, people hated her a lot though. She had her problems. You know, like I wouldn't be able to resist that temptation.
The thing that gives me hope is that is in fact who the Democratic Party is. That is the fight for working people, for opportunity for everyone, the belief that no matter what you look like or where you live, you know, the language that your parents spoke, that everyone deserves freedom and dignity and respect and an opportunity to be themselves and lead the lives they want to lead, and to have a bulwark of economic security that means that you're not perpetually at the brink of everything falling apart. That core belief is still the animating.
Ben is so good. He brings it back around to the core issue. The core issue. He's so good. Let's get him in the DNC chair.
Core of this party. And the thing that gives me hope is there's a shared belief, a shared recognition that these are our values, and that we need to make the case to folks in a way and fight the fight, walk the walk, and talk the talk in a way that allows people to see that is what we're all about and who we are. Now, right now, so many people only hear about Democrats from Republicans. Mm-hmm. So much of the national conversation is dominated by people who want the Democratic Party to fall apart, that are trying to break off, you know, all different kinds of groups of people and tell them that Democrats.
Yeah, that's the thing, Lanzetta. Like, libs that can recognize the core problem open the door to socialists who actually have a solution, you know? That's the thing, right? A lot of people in the Democratic Party are just people who haven't heard that there are better solutions, or if they have heard of those better solutions, like, for example, like housing first, they're like, well, that can't possibly work. You can't just like give someone a house and then it like solves the problem. But the thing is, if you're informed and you actually have some level of social awareness, you can actually introduce them to these better ideas and say, look, this just works. Look at how Miami cut its homeless population by 90% by adopting housing first initiatives and investing in social spending for people who were in precarious positions. You know, like, they couldn't put people in jail to solve homelessness, so they found a different way that is way more effective than just throwing homeless people in jail, you know? Look, I'm not saying it's going to work in every situation, Mr. Miyagi. What I am saying is that generally on a local level, people want to work with you to find solutions that work. That's all I'm saying. That these people at local and state level politics are not necessarily evil ghouls who want to like feast upon your children's entrails.
Democrats actually don't care about people like them. They just care about someone else. And to change that, we're going to have to change how and where we communicate, and we're going to have a ton more communicators who are trusted and credible messengers in their communities, and we're going to have fights that we can point to that show what this party is about. Because part of how generations of people have identified themselves as Democrats is that they've seen that Democrats were there for workers' rights, that we were there for the New Deal, that we were there for civil rights, that we created Medicare so that seniors could get access to medicine when they were in the last decades of their lives, that over and over we've made a difference in people's lives that is fundamental to what it means to be an American at this moment. And fighting for that change, fighting against those who try to change things for the worse, and then actually being able to deliver in a way that people will never forget. That is ultimately how we build a Democratic Party that people identify with as their champion and their vessel, their vehicle to be able to fight for the kind of world and life that they want to have. And that's the work of the party. That's why I'm running for chair. The only real measure of our work is our ability to make change that people feel and see and then know who was there for them in that moment when they needed it, who was fighting back against those who were trying to take away things that were fundamental to the kind of lives that they want to lead.
Because people fucking remember that. People remember who was there to help them up when they fell down. People remember who was there to make sure their Mima didn't like go homeless. People remember what policies saved their lives or ensured that their kids got health care. You know, like, people remember those things. And, you know, people also remember, you know, a president who says, I'm going to abolish, you know, student loans, and they remember every month that they are still paying those student loans. You know, they remember the failures too. So you need to make sure you win. And that's one of the things I like about Ben Wikler. He understands that undergirding all of the promises made to the working class is one simple thing. You have to fucking win.
And if we can bring that fight, I think that we can build a Democratic Party that reflects what we know this party is all about. But it can not just be what we think and believe, it can be what people see and feel and say, and then carry that message out and build it even stronger.
Ben Wikler, thank you for joining me today, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you so much for watching.
That was great. That was a really good interview. So yeah, Ben Wikler. Let's get him that DNC chair, huh? I really like that. I really liked it too. I wanted to have like a little break in the stream today just for some hopium, because I do think that this genuinely could herald a change for the Democratic Party that could be potentially profound, because we're talking about not just like one senator. We're not talking about one member of the House who's like a socialist or a progressive. We're talking about someone who would run the entire org, the entire apparatus of the Democratic Party. And that is a level of power progressives have not seen in the DNC for at least my entire lifetime, possibly, you know, since my parents were young, you know? It is a long time coming, but this could genuinely be a sea change in how democratic politics actually play out. Let's go. Let's go get him. Let's go get him, Wick. All right. How we doing? How we doing, folks? We've been going for 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos if you feel so inclined. And folks, I'm just gonna say, just gonna reiterate here, we have about 230 people watching right now on YouTube, and we have 93 likes. I think we can get that ratio up. I think we can turn we can turn 230 into 150 likes. I think we can do it. I know 6 of you can hit that like button. I'm setting a challenge for 56 of you to hit that like button. Let's go. Let's go. I did my part. All right. Now, folks. Are you guys ready? Are you know, you've got your hopium, but now it's time to get a little down in the muck. Time to sling some mud, as it were. Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate you. Here we go. We're going to be doing a segment, folks. So, folks, there's this guy named John Doyle. And we haven't really caught up with John Doyle in a hot minute, and I thought to myself, what's that little loser doing? Is he still kissing his sister? And so I, of course, went over to his channel, and, well, I found that he's doing knockoff... He's doing some knockoff Jubilee content now, which is interesting. And he put out a video titled "One Conservative versus 26 Kamala Harris Supporters." And you know what? It's not timely, but I do want to hear his arguments. I do want to hear his arguments and make fun of him a lot. So I figured this would be the perfect vehicle for that.
All right, guys, we're going to start. Come to the studio now. A couple of guys that we're talking to.
I have an announcement that I want to make before we get started. I wasn't actually one of you. I'm the conservative commentator. I will be defending Donald John America. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I am here in urban Dallas talking to 26 Kamala Harris supporters, me versus the masses, for your education and viewing enjoyment. We will be discussing topics.
You know, just it's the little things. You know? It's the little things about the presentation, like...
I will be defending Donald John America. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I am here in urban Dallas talking to 20...
Like, he's like, urban Dallas. That's just Dallas. That's just Dallas. You just want to say urban so you can, you know... dog whistle to your racist followers. There's a reason why you also showed a bunch of homeless people. Like, we get it, bud. You're not subtle and you're not smart about it. We get it. You're a silly little goose. A silly little goose stepper, if you will.
26 Kamala Harris supporters, me versus the masses, for your education and viewing enjoyment. We will be discussing topics like...
Yeah, as opposed to the non-urban Dallas, the rural Dallas. You all are familiar with that.
Immigration, the economy, character, abortion, foreign policy, and democracy and corruption. And I, for my own safety, had to go undercover, but that's not what matters. What matters is that Donald John America wins the presidency, and that's what we're going to make sure happens in this conversation by having a productive dialogue with some of the smartest people I have ever met. Democrat precinct chairs, college students, everyday people, all with political ambitions, and all whose votes count equally to your own. I've seen a lot of stuff like this, but why should they get to have all the fun? We will be doing 6...
It sounds like he's really salty about not being selected for a Jubilee video. Like, if I'm being completely honest here, this really sounds like an ego trip, that he is really upset that Jubilee turned him down, and so he's gonna do his own Jubilee with blackjack and hookers, you know? Well, I guess in his world he would just call it Jack and hookers, but also I'm trans, so I guess it's just hookers for him.
Segments of 15 minutes each on the aforementioned topics, and participants will be able to come up to the table and speak as long as they like, or until they are vetoed by a crowd of their peers who are perhaps dissatisfied with their performance, as indicated by the waving of the American flags, at which point they will be considered on borrowed time, as indicated by the graphic on your screen, and our tremendous moderator will find a good place to pause the conversation and send somebody else up to take their place. We're very excited about this.
Why is he sitting weird? Did anyone else notice that? Why is he like side sitting in the seat? That's bizarre.
It was a big undertaking. We threw it together in like 36 hours, so leave a comment, let us know your thoughts, let us know if you liked it, let us know if you want to see more stuff like this. Be sure to leave a like while you're at it, subscribe to the channel, go out and vote, and of course go to the website and give us money, or else the liberals will win. But most importantly...
Wait, I'm sorry, he has a website? Tell me more. I want to know about the John Doyle website. I want to know... You have a new Heck Off Commie website. Oh boy, I love a brand relaunch. Jesus, it still looks like shit. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god, he still has, like, scenes from the 1950s intro. Christian, conservative, content creator, cool and well-adjusted guy. Oh, good. You know, that's clever. If you mouse over it, it adds a question mark, because he's neither of those things. Do you get it? Do you get the self-deprecation, chat? See? Like, is he cool and well-adjusted? No, he's neither of those things. If he were either of those things, he would, you know, not do any of this. Join hundreds of thousands of American patriots as we sharpen our knowledge and instincts in order to combat the most sophisticated evil power apparatus in the history of the world. Incredible stuff. What a loser. Is his latest Instagram post literally him hanging out with Kyle Rittenhouse? And also wearing like the world's worst fitting suit? That's incredible. How much is membership? I'm curious. Oh, look at this. He has a little pixel art version. That would be cute if he wasn't evil. Exclusive content, private Discord access, and so much more. Oh man, we get book recommendations, a monthly mailbag Q&A, new website-only podcast. Hey, you can't call your podcast Very Fine People. Can't do that. Isn't that the name of a Dropout TV's show? I don't know. Anyway. Oh, good. You can have a high IQ subscription. Oh man, if you want to take your support to the next level, check out the super secret tiers. Whoa. Look at that. I can give him $50 a month and be enlightened. You get your name in the studio, you get a signed letter of thanks, and have the right to help name my... What are we naming? Have the right to help name my firstborn. Not a joke. Now, chat. It would be very funny. And I'm not saying people should do this because it would result in you giving money to a bad person. But it would be very funny to basically get a critical mass of people to buy into this tier and essentially collectively purchase the right to name John Doyle's firstborn. That would be extraordinarily funny. Is it possible to call CPS preemptively? I don't think so. You know he won't honor it. I know, but then you could take him to court because he's essentially making a promise here. You know, it could be funny. It could be, you know, I want to take John Doyle to court over the fact that he failed to allow me to name his firstborn. I think that'd be funny. I think that'd be really fucking funny. Anyway, I'm sorry. We've gotten very sidetracked here.
Vote, and of course go to the website and give us money, or else the liberals will win. But most
Child
importantly, please
McChildson.
enjoy your experience, as I most certainly did.
From what I understand, the United States of America is considered, I believe, the most compassionate country in the world because no other country, from what I understand, illegal immigrants. And Kamala Harris wants to keep families together. That is important.
Yeah.
Because without the basic family unit, societies will collapse. Why is Donald Trump trying to deport 20 million illegal? I mean, I know they broke the law or whatever. They overstay their visas or they're crossing the borders.
Yeah.
And they're not getting caught. But why is the government this out of control? And why is Donald Trump now just addressing the issue when it should have been addressed during his term? I mean, it's getting out of control. From what I understand, we don't have the infrastructure. Texas almost froze to death. But at the same time, the family is important.
Sure.
So I believe, you know, Kamala Harris has a plan because not everybody here
This person is, like, not doing great.
has the right to be here. So why is Donald Trump's plan better?
So when you say Kamala has a plan, that means a plan for dealing with illegal immigration, which you agree is a problem.
It wasn't a problem until, unfortunately, seems like since Donald Trump took office, he's the one that addressed the issue because, I mean, I was born and raised.
Is this counterfeit Jubilee? Yes, he's salty that he didn't get on Jubilee and he made his own Jubilee.
Here, but when I was like a toddler, my mom put us in India.
Yeah.
And the thing was, the Indian government, she put us there for 3 or 4 years because she failed. Her story is
I don't know that I have it in me to actually make it through like an hour and a half of this. I have to be honest. If this is indicative of the quality of the rest of this content, I won't be able to do it.
Nursing board exam. She was only making $3. She didn't really know anybody. She didn't have babysitter. So the Indian government kicked us out of the country. They deported us.
I guess it would be that Donald Trump wants to be a president for Americans and to look out for American interests. And like you said, I mean, with 20 million, however many millions of people who are here illegally, unfortunately, they're just not our concern. I mean, we can't be the sort of caretaker for the entire world. And there are American citizens, even here in Texas, who, like you said, with the infrastructure, they can't heat their houses in the winter. They can't keep them cool in the summer. And a lot of people who are here illegally are unfortunately putting strain on that infrastructure system because we don't know who to
I'm going to speed this up.
account for, who to build an infrastructure system for, because we don't even know how many people are in the state. And so I don't think that you can begin to really solve those problems until you deal with the fact that there are millions of people here, as you said, who just simply have no right to be here. How you doing, sir? John.
Daniel.
Nice to meet you.
So, quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like it is wrong? Because I was born here, but half of my family wasn't, right?
Yeah.
So normally how it works is when you get a business or when you buy a house, you kind of like slowly bring a person in one by one.
Yeah.
Like once this person gets settled, you bring another person. Do you feel like in that way, because I know illegal immigration is one thing, but do you feel like it's also illegal for us to help family members who don't have all their credentials and we're doing stuff for them, like in a like CPN type of way?
I mean, principally, I don't.
That is a. Okay, I'm on the verge here of saying this is bullshit. Like, I think that he seeded people in this because this I don't know, like this second person just came up and is like, do you have a problem with chain migration? And Yeah, it feels a little too on the nose because that had nothing to do with really what John was talking about or with what that previous person was talking about. So like I'm going to give him a few more, but so far I'm calling bullshit on this right off the bat.
I don't think it's the worst idea in the world, but what tends to happen is when you have something like that, like with anything, it tends to be exploited. And so you might have somebody come over and they're doing very well in the country, they start a business, they want to bring their family over. I have no issue with that. But again, like with anything, you have instances where it's exploited to then bring over entire families, extended families. I mean, it's referred to in politics as like chain migration. And I have to have a problem with that because it's not only the illegal immigration, but it's like you've had, I think, 1 million people on average every year who.
Yeah, also that's true, Paladin. Like he didn't put together a panel of people to debate him. This isn't like when a bunch of college kids like collectively gang debated Ben Shapiro into the dust. This is like a bunch of people who don't know who he is showed up and they're like not really sure what to do, or they've been prepped ahead of time to say different things, you know?
Have come in legally, and you look at what those people are doing in this country, and they're taking jobs that otherwise would have gone to Americans. Even in the post-COVID economy, all net job growth on average has gone to immigrants as opposed to native-born Americans. And so, as somebody who simply wants to put the interests of
this is just not true. He's also just a liar.
America first. That's why I support Donald Trump, because he wouldn't allow for the country to basically exist as an economic zone where anybody in the world can come into it and do whatever they want, but more as a home for Americans, the people who've been here for generations. And I think that we're entitled to that. I think every other country in the world gets to say that. I think that America should be able to say that too.
Do you feel like it also has something to do with the amount that but like the passport, weighs versus one economy? Like American visa versus an African visa.
Sure.
Like that's why.
Sure. I think that there's an idea that people use to get elected into office that is to basically say, America, it can be for everybody, and that's the whole point of the country. Yeah. I don't think that's true. I believe in American exceptionalism. I think that American people are the highest quality in the world. And
Hi. America was built on immigration. And if I'm correct, Trump's wife is an immigrant.
That's true.
Okay, then. So, therefore, America was built on immigrants. My parents are immigrants, Jamaican and Panamanian. Okay. And I feel as though how he's trying to treat the immigrants is wrong. The immigration system has been like that for years. It's been wrong for years, and no one corrected it. Kamala had a solution for it. Trump didn't. He called his people and had it canceled. So now he's using that as a ploy to have something against Kamala about immigration.
The immigration bill, right?
He's the one who did it. He canceled it. Nobody else tried to fix the immigration system. They did. Yes, they let people in to help come in. They're compassionate. They want people having a look. America was built on immigrants doing the jobs that Americans don't want to do.
I would say that I think there's a difference between immigration during the Ellis Island period, where you had people coming from Northwestern Europe and they were coming and seeking better lives, building businesses, things like that, as opposed to what we see now, which is largely immigration from the third world, India, Latin America, places like that, where people are coming and they're simply just different. They're culturally incompatible with what we've built in America. And you see that because when they build businesses or they build communities, they exist as, communities of that ethnicity. They wave the flag of the countries from which they came, as opposed to, Italians or Irish who came to the country and they were ready to wave the American flag. And so I think it's just a different kind of immigration.
Ah, yes, the Irish and Italians, famous for having no connection whatsoever to their, their countries of origin. This man is just a Nazi, guys.
That we're talking about. So I wouldn't say that America's built.
Yeah, the Irish, famous for their not having any connection to the motherland. Approach an Irish person on St. Patrick's Day and start some shit about Ireland. I bet it'll go well. I bet they'll be like, I have no connection to that place.
Built by immigrants. I think America was built by settlers, by people who came and conquered and tamed this continent and who have built what is, I believe, the greatest civilization in history. And I don't think that we need to rely on other people to do that for us. I think
Italians
that we've been doing
came
it just fine.
Irish people came into America.
Sure.
They came in. They were the first immigrants to come in, flooding the American with that, right?
Yep.
Okay. So now it seems like it's a problem because they're Mexicans and they're from southern countries.
Well, it's not just
and on top of it, to be inhumane as to take their kids away from them. America's not supposed to do that. That's back in slave mentality. And he just was on TV stating that, Lincoln was.
This lady doing good. I like her.
A so-called okay president because he didn't try to negotiate the Civil War. Are you kidding? That's the reason why we had the Civil War, because they didn't want to abolish slavery, because they were taking the kids away from their family and giving us no names, no backgrounds, no nothing to us. And he's trying to do the same thing.
I would only say I think that it is actually in the best interest of the child for those procedures to happen, simply because we don't have any record that these people are actually their parents. It could be human trafficking. It could be a number of things. And by the way, those policies were happening too during the Obama administration, but the media wasn't concerned about it then. I think they'd like to be concerned about it under a Trump administration because they want to paint Trump as like this evil bad guy, which I don't think is true. And on the immigration bill you mentioned, that is.
I mean, the easy solution here is just saying, well, it was also bad when Obama did it. There we go.
It's true, Trump killed the immigration bill, but I think that's ultimately good because what that would have done is put into law things that are happening now.
Oh, Lanzetta, I think he's a small bean.
which should not be happening. On day one of Biden's administration, he issued executive orders to stop construction of the border wall, to end remain in Mexico, all these things to allow for people to flood into the country from God only knows where. And so that Kamala has a plan, I think in practice only means she has a plan to put more resources into allowing for these people to come to the country, processing the applications faster, but not actually stop the flow, which is what Americans have wanted for decades.
Americans haven't wanted that for decades. Again, like every word out of this guy's mouth is just a lie, which is what makes him very uninteresting generally and currently.
Yes, sir.
The immigration, since I can remember, I think the last time I voted was in '88 because of the immigration. That's like 30 plus years ago.
Yes, sir.
And I think immigration always comes up during election time. And nothing.
What's really interesting here is that like some of these people actually do seem just like normal people who have like a, you know, they've watched the news a few times. You know, they don't read tons of articles about politics. And this is just like how normal people typically think about politics. And I think that's interesting.
Seems to get done. So this is just another process of gathering votes, collecting votes, you being who you say you are. How can you stop immigration?
I think that's the reason immigration has continued in the way that it has, against the will of the public, by the way. If you look at the public polling on the issue, Americans have said consistently for decades, we would like less immigration. Not no immigration, just less. But for some reason, it's never happened. But every 10 or 15 years or so, what we do get is we get like an amnesty.
Yeah, but why do they want that? You know? Like, why do they want that is the thing, right?
Final post before I run to the dream world. He closed the option to name his child. And I look forward to the next dive into the true abyss of what a falthist.
Oh, Exendu, thank you for the extraordinarily generous $100 dono, and I can assure you that dive is coming soon. I'm thinking of doing it either Friday night or Sunday night. I'm thinking of doing it one of those days. We'll see. But you have good sleep, okay? Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it.
Like we got one under Ronald Reagan, for example, where he amnestied people who were here illegally, gave them a pathway to citizenship. You see that being discussed again now to deal with what they say is 11 million people who are here illegally. But I think ultimately the reason that there's no progress made on the issue is because there's too much benefit to the political class. People on the right, people who are Republicans who are installed into office by big corporations, those big corporations like immigration because it puts pressure on the cost of labor. And so they have an incentive to lobby for more immigration because then they can pay less for labor and they can make more money. People on the left, I think, have an incentive to do the same, not because of labor costs, but because what tends to
Well, also, immigration helps local communities. It actually drives up wages. It like that. Every economic effect of immigration is basically a net positive.
happen is immigrants vote something like between 7 and 8 out of 10 for Democrats. And so as you see more immigrants coming to the country, you see more votes for Democrats. And so both parties have a political incentive to allow for immigration to continue, which is why.
Well, yeah, but the undocumented immigrants aren't voting. And also the documented immigrants aren't generally voting until they become citizens. So like your argument's a bit flawed there. Again, notice how even when he's saying something that's kind of true, right? He needs to lace it with lies in order to make it seem accurate, right? Like he's trying to say here that like, yeah. I mean, like, you know, Democrats are getting more votes from all of these undocumented immigrants, right? Which they're not. Like what he's alleging in order to be true would require an entire conspiracy that despite the best efforts of all the conservative minds out there, they have been unable to prove or substantiate in court. You know, that seems interesting, to say the least.
All issues, tax policy, healthcare, you know, they go back and forth. Immigration, there's never been a debate until Donald Trump. They'll say, oh, we're going to solve it. They'll tell you whatever they need to, like you said, every 4 years. But really nothing has been done until Trump said, we have to build a wall. We have to do something. But until then, it wasn't even really a conversation because I think it's too much benefit for people in charge to allow for just total immigration in the country, be that through legal means, illegal means, or what have you.
So again, nothing's going to be done.
I think Trump can do something. I think when Trump talks about having what he says is the largest mass deportation operation in the history of the country, I think when he talks about building a wall, talking about increasing requirements for people to come over legally, I mean,
you know, like, it's really interesting, right? Like, no one ever tries to turn the tables and like ask, how? Where's all the infrastructure that they're going to use to deport 20 million people? 20 million is a big number. How are they going to do that? Are they going to build trains? Are they going to build infrastructure? Are you going to build camps? You know? Like, let's peel the veneer off of this for a second and actually examine how would Donald Trump need what would Donald Trump need to do to deport that many people? And the answers are horrific, by the way. There's no optical win there.
He did manage to do a lot through executive action so that even in his first administration,
he couldn't even build the wall. I don't think he's going to be able to build a railroad to deport that many people.
Cut in half legal immigration, 50% decrease, and then the illegal crossings also went way down compared to what they are now or compared to what they were under Obama. So it's not a perfect fix, but in 4 years, I'm proud of the job that he did.
I need to rethink my thing. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That guy listened to John Doyle and just was like, I need to rethink my opinions. Like, are we that right there, everything up until that moment, I'm like, okay, maybe this guy's just like, you know, a guy. But then he said that, and now I'm thinking that could be a plant right there. Yeah, that my brain is just saying this is all rigged, and they have like 5 actual people, like that lady who argued with him. And then they have, you know, people who are like, you're right, you do have good ideas. My, how strong and handsome you are, John.
Yes, ma'am.
Trump said that he was going to get the Mexicans to pay for the war, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Trump said he was going to do a lot of things, and it didn't happen.
Sure.
Because he didn't care. He wanted it to get out of hand so that he could have more reasons to try to go after the next Biden. Well, it was Biden back then. So he doesn't plan on doing anything. He just talks.
As someone who I have to frequently defend this to other Republicans because they'll tell me the same thing.
He talks nonsense.
Yes. The problem is, like I mentioned to the other gentleman, you have a situation where everybody wants immigration to continue. And so if Donald Trump is the only voice in politics saying, I would like immigration to stop, he's going to face opposition from the establishment in doing that, which is why we all know in the last 2.5 years, we've sent $200 billion to Ukraine, which I don't even know where that is on a map, but we give them $200 billion. The wall was supposed to cost...
You don't know where Ukraine is on a map? Come on, John. If a liberal told you that, you would call them like 5 different slurs for stupidity. Come on.
$8 billion. That's pennies on the dollar, but we couldn't get it done. And it isn't because Trump didn't want it to get done. It's because at every level, even his own Congress, people like Paul Ryan.
Because he talks, that's why.
People like Paul Ryan.
Oh man, people like Paul Ryan? Dude, you need to like update your schema for politicians. When was the last time Paul Ryan was at all relevant? Have any of you thought about Paul Ryan at all in like the last half a decade? Have any of you thought of him at all in like the last 5 years? No, not a single one of us. Not a single person here has thought about Paul Ryan in the last 5 years. For the entirety of Biden's presidency, not a single person has thought about that. And you know what? We literally have people in the chat going like, who the hell is Paul Ryan? And let me tell you guys, Paul Ryan was an evil motherfucker who did CrossFit. I feel like you might remember if you saw him. He looks like a grown-up Disney child star. You know, like he looks like he used to be big on like a Hannah Montana show as like a side character, and then he grew up. You know? And he just kept getting more dorky. Yeah, at one point he was actually considered a fairly politically powerful person within the Republican Party. He was poised to become like the VP, and then, you know, tapped for potentially being a presidential candidate. But he was actually, believe it or not, the Republican Speaker of the House for 4 goddamn years. He was literally Mitt Romney's VP pick. And not a single person has thought of him since he retired. Oh man, does he do a podcast now or something? I do want to know what is he doing now post congressional life? Joined the board of directors for Fox News and Shine Medical Technologies, and is on the faculty at the University of Notre Dame to lecture on political science and economics. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In October of 2019, Paul Ryan launched a nonprofit called... Guys, if you had to name an American think tank, what would you call it? What would you call an American think tank for, you know, political policy? If you just had to throw out a couple of ideas. American Policy Institute. Honestly, very close, Paladin. Very close. He launched a nonprofit called the American Idea Foundation, which is just as unexceptional as he is. What an incredible naming convention here. Oh god. Yeah, so then he apparently joined the public relations company Teneo as a senior advisor and became a partner in the Boston private equity investment firm Solamere Capital. That's his life. He did a bunch of political favors for corporate lobbyists and now is just bouncing around high society and doing fine. But yes, Paul Ryan was so antagonistic to Donald Trump that Donald Trump named him as a delegation leader with Donald Trump to visit Taiwan. So that's how much they were in opposition.
These neocons, establishment, they didn't want that to happen. He faced opposition.
He doesn't.
No
He's no action. He's all talk. He's no action.
Hi, I just have 3 yes or no questions.
Do I get to elaborate, or is it literally just...
I mean, we only have a minute left, so I just want to get through all 3. My first...
Do I get to talk? Because we weren't expecting someone to actually, like, walk away.
Question is Donald Trump's wife, Melania, come here as an immigrant through legal means? And also, did Donald Trump establish her citizenship?
He did.
Through legal means?
Correct.
That's interesting because up until they actually just discussed in the last 12 months that she wasn't here legally as a citizen.
Oh, she wasn't?
She wasn't here legally. And that was the reason that she wasn't actively involved as a first lady. So my second question is, are you indigenous to the Americas? And also, is Donald Trump indigenous to the Americas?
When you say indigenous, do you mean like I was born here?
Are you from an ancestral line that is considered indigenous to the Americas? Or is Donald Trump?
I don't know that Trump is. I am approximately 1% Chippewa. So technically, yes.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, you know what? I feel like that's a good note to end on because I can't go through an hour and 15 minutes of this. I think that's a great way to end our little foray into John Doyle, what he's up to these days. He's so easy to steamroll. Of course. Have you seen him? He's like the personification of the idea of slamming a nerd into a locker. Okay? Like he's just like that. So yeah, we're I think we're done with that. That was really funny though. That lady absolutely bodied him. Please, can we really be? No, we are really done with this. I am satisfied. I sated my bloodlust. Oh my god, that was great. Now, he ain't the nerd, he's a dweeb. True. Calling him a nerd gives him too much credit. All right, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like that goddamn YouTube stream. And I have to tell you, folks, we get into the fun bit. All right? Now what? Now we're doing some analog horror, baby. We haven't done it in a hot minute. And I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna dive into some Kane Pixels. Kane Pixels uploaded a new 17-minute video. I'm real excited to look at it. And we're also gonna be taking a look at Manticore's work. So we're gonna be trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And let's see here. Chat, we got 119 likes in YouTube. I think you can hit 150. I believe in you. I know you. I see you, and I respect you. I hear you. Okay? So, let's jump in, shall we? Now, I will say, I don't exactly know what this is, but yesterday, Kane Pixels uploaded a new video that is just titled Say Well, and I don't know what it is, haven't watched it, but the thumbnail for it is really scary. So, hopefully this doesn't freak us out too much, okay? That's not the giant. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell that was, but that seems like a gigantic tease for something. Is this Morse code? It could very well be. I have no idea. There is nothing in the comments or in the description that would indicate what that is. Honestly, that made my head feel weird. Yeah. Sometimes the analog horror gets under your skin like that. Is that the giant? To me, that didn't come across as a giant. If I had to go out on a limb and speculate here, that was a tease for some kind of animatronic-based horror. You know, I think he's finished with the Rolling Giant, and I think that essentially I think that he might be teasing like an upcoming thing, you know? Johnny Ramo, that is A-okay. You do not have to pay money to enjoy my channel. And especially if things are financially tight for you, like, you know, make sure you're looking out for yourself and your family, you know? Okay, well, I'm done. That's fair. That's fair. However, that was not the only video that Kane Pixels put out in the last 24 hours. Okay? There's a new video, and it's titled People Still Live Here version 8.3 2005 gameplay. And it includes a link to this, which is an image of an old newspaper, it appears, or magazine perhaps. And given that this shows Clifton J. Saywell, and the previous video is titled Saywell, assume maybe it's connected to this. So let's read it. Bridgewater. Clifton J. Saywell, 80, of Bridgewater, died on Saturday, February 12, 1994, born in Bridgewater on February 8, 1914. He was the son of the late Edward and Mary Holmes Saywell. A lifelong resident of the area, he is remembered for his sharp mind and unique outlook on life. He pursued mathematics professionally after World War II, working as a human computer for local firms and government projects, and then as a rate analyst for New England Telephone. He spent his later years in the care of family members, particularly his niece, Anne Timmerman. A quiet and introspective man, he was often seen walking near the edges of Hockamore Swamp or sitting on the porch of the Bridgewater Public Library with a small notebook in hand. He is survived by his nephew, Michael Saywell of Frederick, Massachusetts? No, Maryland. My bad. Along with several other nieces, nephews, and extended family members. He was predeceased by his sister, Margaret Hartman, and his brother, Edward Saywell. A burial service officiated by the Reverend Mark Howard will take place on Saturday, February 19th at Old St. Thomas Aquinas Cemetery, where Mr. Saywell will be laid to rest alongside his parents. Memorial contributions may be made to the Friends of Bridgewater Public Library, 15 South Street, Bridgewater, Massachusetts, 02324. Realty School Waltham Weekend Lecture License. Seeing if we got anything else here. This appears to be a copy of the Boston Globe. See if we have anything here. Taunton, she regularly volunteered in parish activities, contributed to local community outreach efforts, survived by two nieces, Margaret Collins of Rainham and Jean Donovan of Dighton, and a nephew, Robert Donovan of Middlesbrough. She was predeceased by her brother, John Donovan, and her sister-in-law, Esther Donovan. Funeral service will be held at 10 a.m. on Saturday, February 19th at St. Mary's Church. Okay. Interesting. Wait, someone did decode the Morse code? And it reads, "And now my body has become one with a faraway land. I am the meadow and the sky all around. You work on the land, and so you work for the land, and in return the land accepts you. You may think your work is finite and conclusive when the time comes to depart, but the land will." Oh boy. Okay. Sepson, we're diving into Kane Pixel's new analog horror. Seems to be the new series. And I guess given that this has an obituary for the old man we see dying in the first video, this is part of the Saywell series. So, let's dive into it, shall we? Wait, I didn't expand the comment. but the land will always remember what you gave to it, and in time, you and your work will live on through the land. You know, I really don't like how this ethos could combine with an old MMO. I don't like that. Marathon 8 Software Inc. This interactive video game is a comprehensive reconstruction of the events experienced and documented by Clifton J. Saywell between 1938 and 1946. So this is, wait, I'm sorry, this is a recreation of the events from the life of Clifton J. Saywell during World War II? I guess since he worked as a human computer, he might have then worked on early tech, right? The early mechanical computers. But this was then created after the fact in his memory. Oh man, this is fucking creepy. Already off the bat, like, you don't need that eyeball. You don't need that eye right there. You lie awake, unable to take your mind off what you discovered out in the swamp. Okay, so Saywell discovered something in the swamp. Tomorrow you will return to that place. Do you remember the overgrown man from when you were a child? He said you must go to the meadow alone. You always wondered what he had meant by that. Oh man! I am thoroughly creeped out. I love being in a swamp. Okay, so this is a recreation, right? This is a recreation of something he supposedly actually experienced. Oh man. Is this a continuation? I thought this was an entirely new series. Is this a continuation of The Oldest View? Find all 3 items and leave before sunset. Wampum, watch, and compressor. So he walked downstairs into the ground and then walked out into a field. Again, this is a recreation of what Saywell did in 1934 through 1946.
When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent.
God damn it, second. Okay. Man, I'm getting such, like, cursed Pathologic vibes from this. Like, if Pathologic had a brighter color palette, that's the vibe I'm getting off of this. Yeah, this is the meadow, but the meadow is underground. Definitely making me nervous. The sound design in this is so good. The sound design in this is so good. Dead Domain Raiders, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are just diving into an analog horror series. And honestly, to get you caught up, real quick, to get you guys up to speed, all right? We saw an intro video that was approximately 1.5 minutes long that appeared to be an elderly man dying at the feet of a clockwork man or animatronic. And then we got to the second video, which is all that's out so far, which is of that man's life. It is a recreation of that man's life from what, like, World War II, and we find out he died in 1994. And so this video game that we're seeing is a recreation of things that this man supposedly did between 1934 and 1946, and it opened up with him going into a swamp, going downstairs in a hut, entering a very high-tech futuristic corridor, and emerging into this meadow. And in the meadow, it says you have to collect wampum, a watch, and a compressor for some reason. And so right now, the character through whose eyes we're viewing this, and we don't know who that is yet, is simply wandering around trying to get these things. And the title of this video is People Still Live Here, version 8.3, and this was apparently recorded in 2005 and was created in memory of that man. So that's kind of where we're at. Archangel is saying this is this is about the animatronic head. So the blinking character is a product called a Laughing head, produced sometime around the 70s and 80s. It would blink, spit water, and either yodel or laugh. The hanging patterned fabric is a tie that would be attached to the bottom of the Laughing head. Pulling on it would activate the head. That is really creepy. All right. Banana Brains, I did not. I'll do it on a new day. Maybe. We'll see. Was this an actual game from 2005? No. This is from a creator that is known for doing analog horror videos. So this is not an actual video game.
In memory of that man, Guilty Gear intensifies.
Sake Tanuki, you cracked me up. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. But also, yeah, this is, I am going to let you guys know, this is probably going to be spooky at some point, and I am already very nervous. So that's what you're coming into. Let's, now that we're on the same page, let's go. Oh, and apparently you have to collect these items before nightfall. I know that this is gonna freak me out. I know that there's something that's gonna happen at some point here.
1 year already. I've been gone for a bit, but I'm back, baby. Thanks to you, Jack, for everything.
Welcome back, German Cow JJ, and thank you for being with me for a whole year. I really appreciate it. I'm a big baby about this, but also I fucking love it. This is so cool. It's so cool that someone made this, you know? Now, keep in mind, right? Like, this is supposedly something that this grandfather did, right? That this 80-year-old man did. So he went down into the ground in a hut and emerged in this giant sunlit grassy field, collected these items, saw these structures, and then what?
Oh no, not the Teletubbies.
This does look like the Teletubby world. Though, curiously, what the fuck was that? There's no sun. That was... What the fuck is that thing? So, presumably he went down, found this weird extra-dimensional space, explored it, found a couple of these weird things scattered around, and then stumbled across this fortified facility in here and saw whatever that fast robot question mark was. Into this facility, in this interdimensional space. Oh, I think he's already in the SCP, you know? Like, I think he's already in the shit. In no world do I go into that tunnel. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, sure, throw the lever, why not? Electrical storage?
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh,
finally someone has opened the door. I've been stuck in this room forever. The shepherd's not mad, is he? I was just trying to look at the computers to see where my favorite people were moved to. It's been a long time since I've read computer works, though, so I can't figure out how to get their location out of the machine.
So, this is supposedly taking place in 1934. This guy has no idea what a computer is.
I think it's time for me to go home. Thank you for opening this door.
Was that guy living off of canned beans back here? That guy was trapped in this room for like weeks. Just, you know, set it back. It's probably a good idea.
You're not going to tell anyone I was here, are you? I mean, you're technically allowed to. But I would really appreciate it if you didn't. I don't want people to think I'm spying on their thoughts. I wouldn't do that. It is important to respect.
Oh, fuck. Well, now we found out why there's a gigantic fence around this place and why there aren't any people. That's a train crossing light? It is indeed. Oh, God. Why am I so nervous? Kane Pixels, you son of a bitch, you've done it again. Made me afraid of nothing happening. Yeah, if one of those things tries to come get us, I mean, there's not much we can do. I think the music's speeding up. I think you are right. Don't look around. Just keep going. Keep going. You go, baby girl. Can you run? I don't know. I'm not playing. This is not a game I'm playing. Oh no, it's almost nighttime. You were supposed to get out of here before nighttime. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh fuck. Ah, give it the hut. Give the fucking hut. Fuck, Jesus Christ. So, in 1934, he would have been 20 years old, right? And this is day one, so I assume day one is in 1934. And the story seems to be that in 1934, he was working as a calculator for which company? It said in his obituary. Oh, wait, no. It says he pursued mathematics professionally after World War II. So this is prior to him studying mathematics professionally. Or pursuing mathematics professionally. This may be like he got like his college degree in mathematics in 1934. And this is a recreation of his life. So in 1934, he found a structure in his swamp, the swamp near his house. Actually, I think it mentions it here in the obituary as well. Yeah. Hawkmoor Swamp. So it's probably at Hawkmoor Swamp that he discovered this structure. He went down into it, and it basically transported him to a different reality, that green, those green fields, those meadows. And as he explored it, he found various knickknacks and saw that there was that facility, broke into it, freed that guy, saw these railroad crossing sign robots, and just barely made it out to tell the tale. But in the process, he saw those server rooms. So it could be that he got a lot of ideas from that were then useful for him pursuing mathematics, perhaps. You know, we're probably going to learn more about this, but very, very interesting. Are there more days? This is all that's out so far. The 2 videos we've seen are all that Kane Pixels has put out. He might have been transported through time somehow. Well, this Thrawn, I'm thinking that this might be an extension of The Oldest View, which is also a series about a young man going into the wilderness, discovering a structure that brings him down into the earth to an extra dimensional space. I'm wondering if that if this is like a similar thing, or if it's its own standalone thing, you know? Well, the crossing sign might be his interpretation of something in the modern world. Exactly. It might not be a one-to-one comparison, you know? What's interesting to think about is that the creator would only be able to make the robots based off of how the guy described them, and the best someone would describe it is it looked like train crossing lights. Exactly, right? What is the name of this? Look up Kane Pixels. Kane space Pixels. That's the easiest way to find it, because the name of the video is People Still Live Here version 8.3 parentheses 2005 gameplay parentheses. That was fun. That was fun and interesting. Very cool. Very, very cool. I remember Kane from the Backroom stuff. Yeah, Kane has like a deal now with Blumhouse, is making like a professional Hollywood film with them, and but is still continuing to put out content on YouTube, and it's really wonderful. Now, I don't know. He's so talented. He's so talented, and it's so fun to watch his like his stuff and to like theorize about what's happening and why it's happening. I find a lot of fun in it. Is there a Backrooms movie in the works? That I don't know, Distron. I don't know if Kane Pixels is working on a Backrooms movie or if it's something completely different with Blumhouse. Yo, you got your diagnosis for autism DHD. Wonderful. Congratulations, the guy. Shout out to Make Some Noise, always. Now, folks. We also have to look... We have another analog horror series to go through, folks. Because it's not enough to just catch up with Kane Pixels. We got to catch up with someone else, too. We haven't... I've been teasing it for a while, but we haven't actually dived in. Dove in? Dived in? He's the same age as me and 1,000,000% skilled. Yeah, walking neon carpet, Kane Pixels has been making, like, incredible like standalone films since he was like 15. Like that man now, sorry, is gonna be huge. There's no way that amount of talent doesn't take him interesting places in Hollywood. Does Amazing Digital Circus count as backrooms? I don't think so. Now, folks, we got to dive into some more content. So if you've been following the channel for a while, you guys know I have a soft spot for analog horror. And very specifically, I adore the Monument Mythos. And the Monument Mythos is basically a series of analog horror videos by a channel called Manticore. And they're really fun. It's basically what if the United States of America was controlled by eldritch entities beyond mortal comprehension. And, you know, I thought that the series had ended, but it may be continuing. So let's take a look, because Manticore has released 4 new videos. And the first one is called The Thing Columbus Brought. And there's no way this isn't great. So let's check it out. Reached the East Indies. Can I say this is also one of my most favorite things about the Monument Mythos, which is that it is constantly making fun of America and like the worst parts of America in a way that I find very satisfying. He renames the people he encounters. Indians. This misnomer will live for centuries. October 28th, 1492, 2 weeks later, Columbus lands in Cuba. Columbus demands fruit to treat his crew's scurvy. 450 pounds for the 90 sailors. 30 pounds for the ship Jester. Louis de Torres, Columbus's interpreter, relays the Taino, oh god, the Taino people's reply. Who is the ship Jester? Which is a good question. That was my first question as well. I was not aware of a jester on Columbus's voyage. Columbus laughs. He orders his crew to open the ship's cargo hold. The ship Jester emerges. So I don't fucking like that. I do not care for that at all. Okay, so it just has flesh tendrils and it looks like a jester, so that's why you call it that. Great. All 480 pounds of fruit are provided. A fort, La Navidad, is built by the crew. "39 sailors stay behind at La Navidad. March 15th, 1493. Christopher ship Jester was left in Cuba. I really don't care for that. How could they do that to Frank? I'd leave it off my ship too. True. The Catholic... Oh god, I didn't read it. What did it say? The Catholic monarchs sponsor a second voyage to retrieve the ship Jester. Columbus is at the height of his fame. September 25th, 1493. 6 months later, the second voyage begins. No, they wanted it back. Columbus leads 17 ships and 1,200 men. The newly appointed ship Jester fails to entertain. Okay, so whatever that thing was just so goddamn funny. Just had the best stand-up set that, in comparison, all human jesters are insignificant and must be put to death for the crime of not making you laugh. He is forced to walk the plank. November 27th, 1493, Christopher Columbus returns to La Navidad. La Navidad is found in flames. 39 bodies are eventually recovered. The Taino people claim the ship Jester helped stop a massacre by the sailors. Oh, good. Columbus does not believe them. April 20th, 1496. After years of redacted, and redacted, Columbus sets sail for Spain. The ship Jester remains at large. January 27th, 1996! 500 years later, France prepares its final nuclear test. Fangataufa and Marurora atolls. A sunken ship is discovered moments before detonation. Ship Jester emerges.
Afternoon. Today in New York, the United Nations General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to adopt the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and open it for signature later this month.
What if all nuclear powers don't sign the agreement? There were 3 votes against the resolution.
There were the Indians, and I believe we can find a way for the Indians to have their security concerns met.
Okay. So, are you okay with people using AI stuff for videos like this? But this video didn't use AI stuff. So, in this, there is a creature that is apparently important to, like, international travel for, you know, ships in the 1400s. And it had to have a creature on it called the ship Jester, which made the Spanish conquistadors laugh, apparently. They leave it behind, or it goes missing or escapes on Cuba. And on the return voyage, Columbus discovers the fort is in flames, everyone has died, and the Taino people claim that the Jester stopped an attempted massacre of their people. Fast forward 500 years, this entity still seems to be around and has been nuked. And I think the implication here, when Bill Clinton in this context is in this alternate universe is referring to the Indians have not decided to sign on, he's referring very specifically to the Taino people, because they have an alliance with whatever this creature is, and it now has nuclear capabilities. That's my interpretation of what has happened here so far. I could be wrong, but that's what I think is happening here in this analog horror series. So nuking it gave it superpowers? That's my theory, Jazz Dog, because honestly, that seems like exactly something Manticore would do. So in this setting, the Taino, nation is a global superpower because they have a nuclear weapon in the form of the Jester. So that's my interpretation. Let's go into the next one. Okay? And the next one's titled "It Followed Lewis and Clark," which to me indicates that maybe the Jester may have been up to some things between Columbus and the modern era. Let's pull it up for you guys. From a young age, explorer William Clark is accompanied by York, who is the same age but enslaved. Clark dreams of power and political office. York dreams of starting his own family. Decades later, President Jefferson chooses Meriwether Lewis to command an expedition through the American West. Lewis invites Clark to be his co-leader. To keep families intact, married men are not recruited. However, Clark assigns York to the team. York must leave his wife for the expedition. Lewis and Clark have difficulty speaking with Native Americans. York proves to be a highly effective communicator. Wait, what the fuck was that? I don't think York's gonna be okay, guys. Every tribe enjoys his wit and sense of humor. Is the jester the only one that's allowed to be funny? Or maybe, oh, York is the jester. They find his presence healing and name him Big Medicine. Occasionally, letters are delivered to the team by traitors. They're mostly sent by President Jefferson. They're mostly addressed to Lewis and Clark. Mostly. One day, York receives illegible messages in a handwriting eerily similar to Jefferson's. He tries to destroy the mail. No luck. York keeps the burnt fragments in his satchel. Wait, he tried to destroy the letters, but he couldn't? That is really disturbing in its implications. Sacagawea interpreter. She finds the expedition and approaches York. Show me. I do really enjoy that this is the hint that, you know, the handwriting is eerily similar to President Jefferson's, and it's just loops. It's just loops for days. What the hell is this? Sacagawea combines the fragments. Your president sent this. Now we must let it follow? I'm sorry. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just gotta let him. Just gotta let that guy over there follow. Just huge. Mountain-sized. Clark explains. that Paper York is an inside joke between him and President Jefferson. It's his finest work since writing the Declaration. Sacagawea informs York that Clark is lying. Jefferson has sent these before. Throughout the expedition, Paper York is given larger meal portions than York and Sacagawea. Lewis and Clark gift it clothes and jewelry. They even sing lullabies to it? Once the crew reaches the Pacific Ocean, York decides to return home by himself. Lewis and Clark are unconcerned. Sacagawea wishes York well. Eventually, York returns to his house. He calls to his wife. No answer. York goes into their bedroom. Paper version of his wife lies in bed. What? Oh, that is spooky as fuck. I do not care for that. Behind York, something opens the front door. Oh, it's not fucking there anymore, guys. Whatever that was, it's not fucking there anymore. Okay, so I don't think that was the jester, guys. I think Jefferson might be the devil. I think Jefferson might be evil as shit. I think in this one, I think in this new timeline, we'll call it the Jesterverse for lack of a better name at the moment. I think Jefferson might be an evil motherfucker, as he was in our universe, but in a very different way. And I really hope that I hope that York gets out of this okay. You know, sometimes we have main characters in the Monument mythos. I hope York is one of them because, man, that's a really sad story if not. Like, God. So that was not Jester. Yeah, did Jefferson open his clown chakra? Like some paper mache? All right. There is more, Jazz Dog. There is. There are 2 more videos. Okay? The second one, or the third one rather, is titled "What the Pilgrims Buried." And well, I'm intrigued. Let's find out. The land of the Patuxet is beautiful, with abundant corn and restless waters. Both are indispensable sources of hope. Squanto is born an anxious child. He's haunted by the fear his existence will ruin the corn. Squanto's family reassures him, but the unease takes root deep within. His mother distracts him with a lesson on growing corn. It takes the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash, with fish as fertilizer. Each one supports the other, like us. While planting, Squanto uncovers bones in the soil, and a fine white dust clings to his fingers. After seeing the remains, his mother speaks softly. Leave it. This is no time to dwell. Live now. Water will not wash away the particles. As the dust spreads from one hand to another, the entire village falls ill. His mother is the first to pass. Overwhelmed by pain, Squanto sleeps endlessly. In his dream, he is kidnapped and sold to monks in Spain. He takes on many jobs and learns new languages. Eventually, his dream returns to the Patuxent cornfields. When Squanto wakes, the village is silent. Mother? All his friends and family have been buried. But the corn they planted grows strong. And the ocean still churns. The pilgrims settle nearby. Squanto greets them in English. They say the plague that killed the Patuxent has not fully passed. In fact, it has claimed half the Mayflower's passengers. Squanto leads them to the bones in the cornfield. This is the source. We must bury it deeper. So, this appears to be some kind of manticore. I don't, I'm not an expert on such things, but this appears to have like a head of some kind. A butt head and some kind of spine-like tail. Not friend-shaped at all. Pilgrims with woolen gloves deep in the grave. A feast is held in honor of the fallen Patuxent. Each one of us supports the other, like us.
A man finds...
I didn't want this. Stop it. All right. And folks, we have one video left. I feel like we're just in the prologue. We're setting up all the major players, and then they're gonna bash together like action figures. And I'm real excited to see how they all interact with each other. Okay. The last and most recent video is titled, "It Crossed the Land Bridge." So, ready for that. The Bering Land Bridge. BCE. Forgotten things live here. People trust the stars. A human attempts to cross. In the distance, it becomes flesh. Or, sorry, it becomes flesh. The distant sound of fire wakes it. It sees the human. It crawls closer. It summons the stars. Stars respond. The stars break apart the ice. Across the waters, there are other human witnesses. The Bering Bridge scenes, cave painting circa 19,000 BCE. Oh, dang. Oh, damn. Oh, it's the jester. It's the jester. It crossed. Oh. Oh. Okay. So the jester is originally from the Americas and was residing in North America 19,000 years ago, right? And it saw a human crossing over the land bridge and freaked out and summoned the stars sending them crashing down. Basically, it can cast the meteor spell. And it successfully destroyed the Bering land bridge. And then, with there being a gap between it and the human, it leaned across the gap to examine the human. And what must have happened is that instead of the humans crossing the land bridge to North America, it crossed the land bridge in this particular story from North America into Asia. And that's how, through time and circumstance, wound up in Spain and sailed home. That could be the case. And the Spanish just called it the jester because it already looked like a jester with its like flesh hat thing, And so they might have even used it to navigate, and it then navigated them to North America, its original home, because it sucked to be in Europe as, what it is. This is fun. This is good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Manticore, you're doing it again. You wonderful, creator you. What if Jester hats is the universe in this universe are designed after the Jester and not the other way around? Could be. It could be, though. Then I find it weird that they gave it to Columbus in the first place. It feels weird that it would be considered subservient to, like, the Spanish crown if it can cast meteor at will, That seems bizarre to me. Maybe, but that implies that Columbus would want to do anything kind for anybody, and he was an evil asshole. I don't think Columbus was trying to do the Jester a solid. I think Columbus was trying to use the Jester. Ooh, maybe being away from America weakened it. It's possible. Maybe nuclear energy, like, strengthens it somehow. Are we sure it wasn't called that because it would occasionally jest with them? I do think it must have been funny. Because they literally killed a human jester for not being funny enough. So, I don't know. I'm really excited to see where this goes. Columbus tried to use him as a compass. Yeah, that was my assumption as well. I think that Mixmaster TJ, now that we're on the same page, I agree with you. He thought that the Jester would lead him to, the East Indies. Presumably where they found the Jester. Presumably. And in turn, discovered this went around the world. Maybe Jester is the meta we met along the way. It's fun. Isn't it fun? Anyway, I am real excited to see what Manticore continues to cook up here, because it's so fun. Like, I've missed the Monument Mythos vids, and this is scratching that itch real good. And so this is an excellent addition. The Jesterverse is shaping up nicely. Maybe the Jester traveled with Marco Polo from China. That could be. It's fun. I love it. Return of the Monument Mythos. Let's go. Thanks for joining me tonight on this fun adventure, folks. If you've been enjoying the stream, we've been going for over 4.5 hours. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. And folks, I will be back tomorrow evening. Don't know what we'll be talking about yet, but gird your loins for Friday, folks. We got some insanity a-brewing. I might stream some kind of movie in the Discord. I'm not sure what it will be, but just letting you know, you want to show up for that. I will talk to you all tomorrow. I got too much to do. I'm getting my hair done. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.